Kendra, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you mind putting my full name? Amber Cheryl, whoever's hosting this right now.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Michelle or Katie, could you make me co-host, please? Thank you. And are we good to go?
We're ready.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call the Public Works Committee to order. It is July 15th, 9:30. Quickly, let's see who's here. Anderson? I think I have to. There we go. Stacy?
Here.
Becerra's here. Contos?
Here.
Harp?
Present.
Hess is running a little late. Jones?
Here. Here.
Merritt? Thanks. Merritt?
Here. Here.
Ramos?
Here.
Carol?
Here.
Basika?
Here.
Von Lossberg is absent and Wes will be joining later today. Okay, we have minutes to approve from June 24th. Are there any changes or amendments to the minutes? Okay, seeing none, those will stand approved. Could we put up the public comment information page, please? Thank you. And once again, we are meeting virtually and you can provide public comment now or throughout the meeting about items on the agenda or in general. We will take them all, and the number to call is 1-253-215-8782. The meeting ID number 960-049-3694. You can leave a voicemail at 406-552-6012, or you can always email us with your comments at council@ci.missoula.mt.us. Thank you. So our first item on the agenda is an amendment number 2 with Morrison Murley Incorporated for the Upper Garrett Drainage Project. And Andrew is here to present.
Yep.
Good morning, Andrew.
Good morning. Thanks for having me back. So as a refresher, this is a project where there's a drainage up on the South Hills off of Garrett, where there's some major down cutting through the ravine based on stormwater discharging through a pipe down that ravine. It's basically becoming a public safety hazard. So this project is putting that small section through that ravine in a pipe and then backfilling and creating kind of a riparian area on top of the pipe. And so this amendment has two components. First, during the design phase, we asked the consultant engineer, Morrison Merrily, to explore the possibility of applying for state revolving funding or SRF funding. That's through the state, and it's for water, wastewater, stormwater projects that improve water quality. we felt like this project was a fit for that. However, when we got into exploring that, we pretty quickly figured out that it would have really pushed the time frame out probably till 2021 for construction to meet all the requirements to acquire that funding. So we asked the engineer to stop what they're doing, and so we can move forward with the project in 2020. Acquiring the SRF funding would be an advantage because it would give us a low interest loan and free up capital for other projects. But ultimately, we decided that we were better off just getting this project done. And but we did gather some valuable information. And so I think we're pursuing SRF funding on other projects that are in the future where we have planning out further in advance. So that's a small component of this amendment. And then the second portion of the amendment was just a change to the structure of the contract. First, we had materials testing, so like density and compaction on the trench. We changed that so that was provided by the city and overseen by Morrison Merrily. Originally, the way it was structured, that would have been provided by the contractor. And so I think the advantage of this is that we wouldn't have a markup potentially from contractors in the bid. And then that gives the city better oversight to make sure we get the testing that we really need while it's under construction. And then ultimately the bids came in really low compared to what we had budgeted. So we have plenty of budget for this project set aside.
Great. And this is coming out of the Stormwater Utility Enterprise Fund, correct?
It's a capital improvements project.
Yeah.
Yep.
Are there any questions from council members? Seeing none, I'll be happy to take a motion from someone. Ms. Harp?
I am happy to make the recommended motion this morning.
Okay. Very quickly, I'm going to wait about a few seconds to see if we get any public comment on this item. And I don't see anyone in the waiting room. So could we get a roll call vote, please?
Anderson,
Yes.
Becerra,
Yes.
Contos,
Yes.
Harp,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Merritt,
Yes.
Ramos,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
Basika,
Yes.
that's 9 for yes.
Great. Thank you. And that'll be on our consent agenda. Thanks, Andy.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have an access and use easement with Southgate Mall, Montana 2 LLC, and Logan is here to present.
Hello, I'm Logan McInnes, Utilities Engineer for Public Works. So yes, we have a well. Hello, thanks for having me. So we have an existing, we call the Southgate Mall well, that's in the little brick building between the mall and the railroad. You've probably all driven past it. And we own a piece of ground that's kind of out in front of it. So where the mall access road actually goes across our property. And it's never been an issue, but when I think as part of the Shields project at the mall, they did some survey work and realized they don't have an easement across there. So in order to obviously guarantee their access to that road, they reached out to us about potentially giving them an easement across our property. And so we thought, well, maybe to make it a win-win for everybody, you know, because we have a well in a, you know, potentially sensitive area with railroad and mall and dry wells and things there, we asked them in exchange for an easement, would you give us a well protection easement on your portion of the property? So generally, if you permit a new well, you have to have a 100-foot easement around a well that that has this well protection language. We don't have that on most of our old wells. So, for the portion that the mall owns of that 100-foot circle, they've agreed to give us the well protection easement. So it would prevent them from putting new dry wells or sewer mains or, overusing, chemicals. I mean, there probably could still be reasonable with some of their landscape islands and not cause a problem. So anyways, we felt that was a win-win to give them the access easement, but to request the well protection easement, and they were good to work with. So we certainly are in support of granting the easement.
Great. Thank you, Logan. Any questions from council members? Okay. And we do need a motion. Anyone wants to make this motion?
I'd be happy to make the motion.
Okay, thanks. I saw two hands raised up. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, and I will wait a few seconds to see if anyone from the public wants to comment on this item. Okay, I don't see anyone, so let's take a roll call vote, please.
Anderson,
Yes.
Becerra,
Yes.
Contos,
Yes.
Harp,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Merritt,
Yes.
Ramos,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
Basika,
Yes.
and you are unanimous with 9 yeses.
Great, thank you. And that'll be on our consent agenda. Thanks, Logan.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next, we have a first amendment with Tischler Buys for the Mullen Area Special Impact Fee District Study, and Jeremy Keene will present.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Jeremy Keene, Public Works Director. What I have before you today is a request to approve a contract amendment with Tischler Buys to look at a special impact fee district for the Mullen Road area. Tischler Buys was our consultant recently for the impact fee update, where they went through and evaluated our current citywide impact fees and made recommendations for adjustments to those fees. We're looking to extend their contract to have them look at a special impact fee district for the Mullen Road area. And that amendment is for $23,600 to do that additional work. So if you remember when we looked at the build grant area, we were trying to figure out a way to make up the difference between what we requested from the build grant, $23 million, and what we actually received, which was $13 million. So this study to look at a special impact fee district is one way that we could make up that remaining amount. As you know, we also applied for a second round of build in the 2020 grant cycle, and we're waiting to hear on that. So these are kind of parallel strategies. We would like to go ahead and look at the special impact fee district while we also wait to hear on the build grant. And it could be that the end result is that we do a combination of both the build grant and the special impact fee district, or we may find that if we get the other build grant, we don't need to do this special district at all. But what it would do is it would create a dedicated funding source to complete this road network, the roads that are shown in red on this graphic. And it would be assessed over a fairly wide area. Part of the study that Tischler Buys will do is to assess what the benefit area is and apply those impact fees over the area for the folks that benefit from those new road connections. So because it's impact fees, it only applies to new development. So anybody that's developing new in that area would pay into this fund. It would not be, it's not a special improvement district that would affect existing properties that are already there. So Tischler Bice will have much more information on the how and what of that. This is just a contract amendment to get them started on that process, and it's a public process that will require a lot of input and consideration before we actually do anything with a new district.
Thanks, Jeremy. Questions from council? Let me get this going. Julie.
So Jeremy, this area that would be impacted, does that include both land that's in the city boundaries and land that's in the county? Or would it just be limited to land that's been annexed by the city?
That's one of the things that we'll have to have Tischler Bice advise us on, but I believe the way it would work is it would apply to land that's within the city. But because most of the development that's happening in this area, at least the major developments, are annexing into the city as they develop, we would capture the majority of the development that happens.
Okay, any other questions? Jesse.
I just had a comment. Should I wait for the motion?
Yes, please. Would anyone like to? Oh, I see Stacy. Stacy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question for Jeremy is, do we know the timeline on the study and then when they anticipate to bring their findings back to council for consideration?
The timeline for this study would be to get it done by the end of the year. So we'd be probably back sometime in December with some recommendations.
May I have follow-up?
Sure.
So there's construction happening there now currently. So what happens if at the end of this process, Tischler Bice brings us forward some recommendations, we adopt those recommendations. If we don't get the second build grant, we go with the impact fees, there's building in the interim. How does that affect the construction that's happening between now and when we adopt it, if we adopt this, if that is a recommendation?
Yeah, I think, any construction that's happening right now, we're probably going to miss the opportunity to assess those additional impact fees. There are a few projects like the Summit Beverage and VA project where we have conditions written into their development approval that require that they participate in the cost share. So we would cost share on those differently, but this really only applies to new development that happens after we have the district in place.
Okay. I'm happy to make the recommended motion to move forward to contract with Tischler Bice to do the study.
Thanks, Ms. Anderson. And now Jesse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm not going to be supporting the recommended motion today. The reason is twofold. I've been talking to the chamber, and it sounds like we actually are going to get a substantially larger amount of the bill grant, which I hope is true. We don't know that for sure. We should be finding out in the next couple of weeks. So I'd rather wait until then. And then also, I'm not a fan of impact fees. I do think that it increases the cost of homes, and in the affordable housing crisis, whether it's homes or apartment units, I just am not comfortable supporting something that might eventually lead to higher impact fees. So respectfully, I'm going to vote no.
Thank you. I will be supporting this because I think it's important that, first of all, we study the development potential of an area and assess what those fees need to be. I do see development paying its way as a more equitable way to pay for not only the upfront cost of development of infrastructure, but also the maintenance. So even though we might get the grant, we need to figure out that into the future, we need to maintain that infrastructure. Not having that impact fee means that everyone, not just the new residents of that area would have to pay for it, but also the ones who've lived there for a long time, because it would be distributed throughout. So We'll be supporting the motion. We have a motion on the floor, so I will open it for public comment quickly.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes,
Jeremy, could you take your screen down so that people can see our
Thank you.
faces? Thank you. I appreciate that.
and I see our
Jordan has had his hand up.
Yeah, I see it. Thanks. I
Okay.
saw Sandra's hand first and then Jordan, so I'll take them in that order.
I believe Jordan had his hand up first, so I'll let him go first.
Great, thanks.
Okay. Thanks, everyone, and apologies for running a little bit late. I just was running late returning into town. I am supportive of this motion. I think that this build grant development area, everything that is going on out there is in the spirit of cooperation and collaboration and partnership. Cost share is part and parcel of collaborative development. What we've been able to do is secure over $10 million, around $13 million of federal money that will buy down the cost of development. We do have a gap to fill. As Mr. Ramos said, there's a pretty good chance we'll be able to make some of that up in our next round of our build grant. My understanding is that those awards are announced in November. And so I think it's a couple months. I could be mistaken on that. I think it's really important that we have a tool in our toolkit to understand how to potentially apply impact fees. It may come to pass that we don't need to do that at the end of the day, but I think it's really important that we understand how to do that, because cost share is going to be just completely critical to the completion of this area. We've already been able to secure, like I said, the $13 million of build grant that will substantially buy down the cost of development. And so I think this is win-win. And I think that, we wouldn't be taking this route if we'd received the full $23 million ask on day one, but we didn't. So this is something we need to do, and we can adapt as needed as we learn more about the second round of build grant funding. So I'm supportive. Thanks.
Thank you. Sandra?
Thank you. Basically ditto to everything that Jesse said. I'm not a big fan of impact fees either. And if we are going to get that grant, I'd rather wait until then. So I'm respectfully going to be voting no on this.
Sounds good. Okay, so I don't see any public comment or anyone wanting to provide public comment. So we'll take we have a motion on the floor, so we'll take a roll call vote, please.
Anderson,
Yes.
Becerra,
Yes.
Contos,
No.
Harp,
Yes.
Hess,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Merritt,
Yes.
Ramos,
No.
Cheryl,
Yes.
Basika.
No.
Seven yes, 3 no.
All right. Thank you. And the three of you who voted no be okay with this being on the consent agenda? Yes, Mr. Ramos.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay,
I'm good with that too.
okay. Mr. Contos?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we have Missoula City Public Works Standards and Specifications Manual, and Kevin is not here, but I'm thinking that's why Ida's here.
Yeah, Ida and I are going to tag team this.
Right.
Jeremy Keene, Public Works Director. I'll share my screen, and I'm going to run the slides, and Ida's going to do a portion of the talking. So bear with us if we have any technical glitches. Just as a quick introduction, the Public Works Standards and Specifications Manual is a project we've been working on for many months. It was a collaboration of city staff and our consultant, WGM Group, to consolidate all of our design and construction standards into a single document. And previously, these standards have existed in numerous places: subdivision regulations, municipal code, administrative rules, standard drawings. So the idea here is to provide one place where people can find all the information they need to do development and construction work. This is not a substitute or replacement for existing policies or regulations. This is implementation of those regulations and policies. It's providing direction for the when, what, and how we actually implement process or technical specifications into our work. It is a living document. We still have work to do. There's 2 chapters that are not complete. And we anticipate that this document is going to be something that we update on an annual basis. It gives us the flexibility to adapt to changing conditions, to new construction methods and materials, to make sure that we're aligned with new regulations, plans, or policies that may get implemented. So I think it's a great step in getting things in order and improving our process in the way we do development of public infrastructure. So we have a web page on our Engage Missoula site. That's the page that you're looking at right now. EngageMissoula.com. This is where the draft manual is available for review. You can find all of the chapters, and there is a forum for comments. So right now we're in the process of going through this external review step. That'll be open until about the end of the month for comments, and then we'll work on making final edits and revisions to the manual and presenting that later this summer to council for final adoption. So with that, I'm going to hand off to Ida and let her take you through what's in the manual. And I'll come back and talk a little bit more about some of those details.
Ida, you're muted.
Thank you. I'd like to express my appreciation to you for the opportunity to give you some background as to where we are with the project. As Jeremy had said, it's been a couple months, a little over a year and a half. So we're close to reaching that final stretch. So with the next slide, Jeremy has expressed what the purpose of the manual is. And I won't go through that. As far as the process, it was both an internal and external process where we engaged WGM as our consultant, and it serves as a one-stop shopping, if you will, for infrastructure projects. And we have both the subject matter experts that led the chapter creation and content, where we had a cross-functional team with input from Parks and Rec, Transportation, MRA, and other agencies. We've gone through a very rigorous internal review, and as Jeremy had said, we are currently soliciting any comments from the external folks within the Missoula community. Next slide. I'll briefly go over these chapters and what the improvements are to where we have documented some of our processes so that we have it available for everyone to have a document to look forward to. So the general provisions, the highlights are such that it gives us the general definitions, acronyms, the design references, and source criteria. And our source criteria is the Montana Public Works Standards and Specifications Manual, which is currently undergoing a revision right now, which should be out by the end of August. So when that comes out, we'll be able to match our manual with what their criteria will be. Also, the MCA, the Montana Code Annotated, the Administrative Rules of Montana, the Missoula County Public Works Manual, subdivision regulations, the Missoula City and County Air Pollution Control Program, Missoula City County Health Code, Municipal Code, and the Missoula City Administrative Rules. It's important also to note that we've got a hierarchy of documents to where if there's any manual provisions that conflict with any state or local government or federal regulations, then the most restrictive requirements shall apply. We have this in our manual because sometimes there's some contention within some projects, and we can easily go to this hierarchy of documents within the manual to substantiate which reference we'll be using. Any deviations from our standards will require a request to our city engineer, Kevin, and we will then review that, and we will respond expressively with a written permission or denial from the city engineer. Also within our manual, which will be new, is we'll have in one place the city standard contract forms, such as the city supplemental conditions, bid forms, and change order forms, and the EJCDC 2013 general conditions. That will be updated once the Montana PWS Public Works Standards and Specs comes out. Once again, the manual purpose and applicability and defined authority is documented within the manual, and Jeremy had gone through that. It gives us a uniform public infrastructure design construction, and it documents the minimum standards, specs, and processes necessary that will promote public safety, functional effectiveness, and consistency of our materials. In Chapter 2, the highlights for Chapter 2 is the construction within the right-of-way, where the most target audience will be for our contractor requirements. Here we'll have the one place for contractors to refer to for our permitting and fees, general construction requirements that I had already previously cited, the bonding and warranty and insurance, servicing, removal and replacement, pollution controls, tree protection zone, environmental compliance and hazardous materials, the encroachments for right-of-way occupancy, the stop rights, enforcement and penalties, and also the traffic control devices and marked sidewalks and ADA compliance. Additionally, it will also give the cold weather cleanup specifications, the federal mandated GASB requirements, which is the general accounting standards, the infrastructure acceptance policy, warranty inspections and processes, and all of our updated record drawings and as-built drawings. For Chapter 3, this will be very insightful for all of the development plans submittals for both the site development projects and the public infrastructure projects. We've divided these up into two different categories, where the site development projects are for building commercial and residential, the zoning compliance, conditional use, and the TEDs, which is the townhome exemption developments. And then the public infrastructure projects, which are both the public and private projects, surface infrastructure, county subdivision, and TEDs. It requires, the biggest highlight and change here is that we are requiring all documentation to be electronic. So we won't have the paper submittal, so hopefully we'll be able to do on-demand review, and everyone's able to compile all of their review comments all at once, and it will streamline the process, whereas before it's been a paper process. Another big highlight for us is the project development toolbox, which goes through the 7 processes and stages that the development of the public infrastructure and the site development projects will need to go through. It hasn't been updated for about 13 years. And one of the largest components of it is that it now includes our Missoula water information and requirements. And it's intended to enhance the predictability of consultant submittals and city staff reviews. So therefore, we're able to set our expectations as to what we expect from the plans that are being submitted and a turnaround time for the consulting engineers and the developers to kind of predict what it is our expectations are in order for approval. As I had mentioned before, our toolbox process for our infrastructure acceptance comprises 7 different stages. And the first stage hasn't changed much. It is still called the project development and initiation stage. And it's where we identify the scope, where the consultants and the engineering community and developers identify the scope, the concept, the planning documents, policies, and regulations. Here is where we process the sewer availability letter, which previously was named the intent to serve sewer or water letter, where the project would first be initially introduced to the USRC, the Utility Service Review Committee. Next is our stage 2, and this is we've improved. This stage has improved somewhat, where we're now requesting a 30% design level. The name, it was previously named the Sufficiency Review subdivision, but now we're calling it the Conceptual Design Review. We're asking for a 30% design review, and it allows the alignment and grade to be set early on in the process so we can discuss it. Also, it will save design time, developer money, and city money on internal projects. So we're able to review and assess and consider alternative designs. This stage includes the subdivision review and now also includes the TED review, which previously wasn't included. The stage 3, excuse me. Since we've added the TED project plan to this, it's also received in the zoning compliance permit stage, which goes with the residential and commercial stage. And this way it becomes more streamlined, and it doesn't create any extra process, and it will save the developer time and money with one process instead of going through multiple processes. The stage 3 is currently where we currently, a lot of time is spent here. So because we have changed the stage 2 design to 30% level, we can now feel comfortable with now at this stage, it's the preliminary construction where the design level is now going to be 90%. This is where the availability letter is issued upon the stage completion, and we approve it by city engineering and the other engineers within Public Works, which would include the surface, the water, utility, stormwater, and sewer. Stage 4 should now clearly have less time spent here because of the 90% level of review has occurred in stage 3. And so we don't see many changes happening here as we go forward. Stage 5, we've changed from inspection and testing from the original name of final construction and inspection. What's new here is now we could go through a conditional acceptance process where we can now phase out projects between the different phases of the infrastructure for utilities being water, then sewer, then surface. And this is a new, we have done it previously, but we weren't able to conduct this for all projects. But now we're through the manual, it's going to be a more formalized process. This stage here is where we'll be able to receive information by city staff before we move on to the final stage of stage 6. In stage 6, we haven't had major changes here. We'll be able to, in the event of we're progressing through a phased approach, we'll be able to accept the infrastructure, the water infrastructure, then the sewer infrastructure, and then the surface infrastructure as needed. Stage 7, we haven't had any changes here. It's been worked out to where the warranty inspection is usually a 2-year basis. We have added in the manual where circumstances and process related to design deviations are kind of spelled out. So we have some substantiation and documentation as to where we could turn to for any deviations. And we've also updated for the multiple facilities exclusion, which is also known as the MFU requirements, to match state law.
Okay, I want to pause just for a second before we carry on. If anybody has any questions about what we've covered so far, I know we're throwing a lot of information at you.
Jeremy, I might have missed it, but I wanted to know within the agency coordination or the different departments that you're collaborating with, is the Urban Forestry Division part of the conversation also?
Yeah, through Parks and Rec, we've asked for their input on the manual, and also looked at the areas where we need to incorporate the Missoula Parks and Recreation Design Manual by reference into this manual.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from council members?
I have one. Sorry, I can't find my hand fast enough.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Myrta. So just out of curiosity, I really appreciate us working through this toolbox concept. I'm wondering if you have some idea of like how much time saving that we can anticipate a project can be able to move through this new envisioned process comparatively to what we've had to do before. Because when we think about how we drive down the cost of housing and development in general, we know that holding cost is a very large percentage of that. And how do you picture this really kind of helping the bottom line with projects? And I know that's a very nebulous question.
Well, certainly because it's become more of an electronic review process, that's going to cut down some time. Whereas all the internal reviewers, since we get Parks and Rec involved, transportation, the bicycle program, all of the utility engineers, it's going to be electronic so that the review process is not going to be one piece of paper where, you know, everybody has to look at the plan set and it manually goes through everyone. It's going to be an electronic process. And then as far as the fact that it is going to be coupled for the TED developments, the townhome exemption developments, it's going to be going hand in hand with the zoning compliance permit process when it's a commercial and or residential permit. So that should cut down some time. And, you know, I would hate to go out on a limb to say, okay, it's going to cut down 2 weeks, but, you know, we'll just have to see how it goes. And we certainly are on board to be flexible to take any improvements or any critical feedback or ways to improve so that we can move the process along.
Thanks, Ida. And I think it's worth noting in today's environment where I think we now have a lot more staff working from home, being able to go digital really is going to be able to amplify the process considerably. Thank you.
And I'll speak to that too. One of the places that I think our process was falling down was that we didn't clearly establish early in the project what the scope and regulations were around the project. And what we're doing now is really reinforcing stage one is initiating the project and understanding what it is we're trying to do. And stage two, in this conceptual design review, to really work early on to look at alignment and grade options and the different alternatives so that we don't get to stage three, which is now 90% construction plans before we start making major changes and comments. So the idea here is to get the major design elements figured out earlier so that when we get to stage three plans, these are construction documents that don't require major revisions when we do review. So I think that will help streamline the process. It's something that we do informally on a lot of projects, but this helps to formalize those early steps in the process to make sure that we're all on the same page and we eliminate some of the uncertainty and some of the unpredictability that happens in design review.
Anyone else? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna walk through the next few chapters and just highlight some of the important elements or changes that we're making. Chapter 4 is the water system. So this is really incorporating all of the Missoula water standards and some minor changes. So it includes some more specific requirements for engineering plans and design reports. We're adding a general water service requirement for new service lines. So this applies to any new water services that are being connected to our mains. We're also we're adding the reference to the utility service area. So this is formerly what we had called the wastewater service area. In the past, there was no formal boundary for the water utility. So we're in the process of tying that utility service area together for both water and wastewater as the area that we intend and have capacity to serve. We're also adding a requirement for insulation on water mains where they're close to sumps. And this next one is important. We're adding a requirement for pressure testing of water services installed before 2000. So one of the things we know about our water system is we have a lot of leakage that occurs between the main and the house. So where we have projects, redevelopment projects, ADUs, other things like that are intending to use an existing water service, we want to make sure that that service line is in good shape and it's not leaking. So we're requiring that testing. Now unfortunately, this is an expensive thing to do because the only way to test these lines is to dig them up. So it's a $3,000 to $5,000 effort to test these. And we recognize that that's a cost, that's a hit to affordable housing. And so we want to be conscious of that. So we limited it to lines before the year 2000. And we also have the water service line loan program and our water service line insurance program as some ways to help defer or reduce those costs. We are also changing our tapping procedures. Missoula Water will now provide the tapping sleeve and perform the taps. And those costs are going to be covered in the new tapping fee, which is something that you're currently looking at. Public hearing was on Monday night. And finally, we're no longer allowing fire hydrant extensions. We're asking the engineer to establish the final finished grade and buried depth for the hydrant assembly. So rather than doing that work in the field, we're asking the engineer to include that information on the plans where the final finished grade elevation will be for those fire hydrants. And I'll pause for questions on these before I move on. If anybody has anything, please jump in. I'm unable to see people raise your hand, so you'll just have to jump in.
I don't see anyone, Jeremy, so I think you can go ahead.
Great, thank you. For our sanitary sewer system, this is really a consolidation of a lot of existing information that was contained in administrative rules, standard details, and municipal code. We're updating our standards for city-owned lift stations, including specifications for including tracer wire when we do force mains, vacuum testing on all manholes, requiring watertight bolt-down manhole lids. That's something that's a new requirement from the state. I've clarified our specifications for manhole liners. We've provided more specific information that we want to see in engineering plans and design reports. And again, we're incorporating that utility service area for water and wastewater. So not a lot changing with the sanitary sewer standards. Stormwater is a fairly big change. This is incorporating the new code that was adopted April 8th of this year. So this is bringing all that information into the design manual and providing additional information about the how and when we want that to be done. So we're clarifying our requirements for stormwater design, submittals and infrastructure. We're looking to streamline the review and approval process. We want to ensure that public infrastructure functions properly and we can maintain it. And this is all related to meeting our MS4 requirements with the Department of Environmental Quality. So the MS4 is our stormwater permit that we're required to follow to make sure that we're maintaining good water quality and as well as flood protection. So all of this contributes to better water quality, protecting our rivers, streams, and our aquifer. And we're really positioned to be a leader in stormwater design in the region, and with innovative treatment and ideas around green infrastructure, low impact development. These are all kind of cutting edge stormwater treatments that we're incorporating into our standards now. And finally, we're defining where stormwater facilities are outside of the right of way, who's responsible for those. A couple additional things here. We're providing a checklist to determine what stormwater design is required. Clarifying that we are going to treat the first ½ inch of stormwater runoff. This is fairly standard practice, but something that we needed to clarify. We are requiring infiltration testing for projects with greater than 5,000 square feet of impervious area. And we're also requiring a 4-foot vertical separation from the bottom of a dry well sump to areas with seasonally high groundwater. So this is to make sure that the both the sump will function properly, as well as have some degree of treatment and filtration before that stormwater hits our aquifer. So all of the benefits of this stormwater system and the new regulations is really making sure that our curbs, gutters, and inlets function during storms, that we're not inundating streets or preventing emergency vehicles from being able to travel during a major storm event. We want to make sure that all of our storm drain pipes and channels have adequate capacity. And we want to take a close look at post-development stormwater runoff being the same or equal to the pre-development runoff. So when you develop a new project, we want to make sure that the water that's coming off that site doesn't impact somebody downstream. Typically, when you do development, you create more impervious surface, and that results in more stormwater runoff leaving the site. And that also includes looking at upgradient stormwater. So this is water that may be coming onto the site, to make sure that we're considering how water comes into the site and how it leaves the site afterwards. Any questions on stormwater before I move on? Okay.
I have Heidi West has a question.
Sorry, it's a slow process to raise your hand. I had a question about those parts of town where it might not be possible to have the 4-foot separation between the bottom of a sump and the high groundwater level. Would this process highlight alternative ways of addressing surface, runoff, or I guess how do those parts of town deal with this process?
Yeah, what that's going to require is that in some areas, using a dry well sump may not be feasible. And so you're going to have to look at other treatments. And we have some standards around stormwater infiltration in high groundwater areas where you use swales and other surface features to infiltrate that water rather than a sump. It also may result in areas where we have to do piped systems where the water is collected in inlets and piped to an outfall location where there's a retention basin or other areas that allow for that infiltration. So it will result in different types of stormwater infrastructure.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I don't see any more hands up, Jeremy, so you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Chapter 7 is our transportation system. So this is really a lot of the surface infrastructure that we think about. And again, this is a consolidation of things that already existed through a few changes. We've clarified when traffic impact studies are going to be required and what type of analysis and mitigation measures are involved. We took a hard look at our site visibility requirements. We had some inconsistencies in our standards about the use of site triangles where we felt like the site triangles that we were using weren't consistent with AASHTO standards. And so in looking at areas where we have uncontrolled intersections or other site obstructions, we felt like it was really important that we follow a national standard and have a consistent way of applying those requirements. So that's something that, we see a lot of requests for stop signs in neighborhoods where we don't have controlled intersections. And so we want to have a very consistent way of looking at those intersections and determining whether we need to install a stop sign or provide other treatments like removing vegetation or making sure that site triangle at that intersection is adequate for the speeds that we're seeing. Now, one of the things we have to think about is that we have our previous site triangle standard, I think, was based on a slower speed. It was based on probably a 15 or 20 mile an hour speed. Statutorily, all of our neighborhoods, if they're not signed, the speed limit is 25. And so we're using a 25 mile an hour speed limit or design speed as the standard for looking at AASHTO site triangles. The manual also outlines street design standards, both standard typical sections for surfacing, as well as when a geotechnical report might be required for deviations to those sections. We're adding a requirement for chip seals and restriping when we get new street infrastructure. So one of the things that is happening right now is when we have new subdivisions come online and we accept those streets, the city's on the hook to do the chip seal at some point down the line. We'd really like to have those chip seals be done as part of the development process and paid for by the developer. So we're adding that requirement to either do the chip seal or provide funding to do that chip seal in the future.
Jeremy, I see Jordan has this hand raised.
Yeah.
Jordan,
Thanks.
go ahead.
Okay. Thanks, Jeremy. I appreciate the work and the questions into the site visibility. And I guess I'm hoping maybe you can tease out that piece a little bit more about the design speed and what is, I guess I'm not being very articulate here, but my concern is if we've previously designed our intersections with a design speed of 15 to 20 miles per hour, are we potentially creating unsafe conditions by maintaining a 25 mile per hour neighborhood speed limit? Or is there anything that we should be considering in that realm?
Well, I think from a liability standpoint, it's really important that we're consistent with the statutory speed limit. So if our statutory speed limit is 25 miles an hour, we need to provide a bigger sight triangle. Now, the downside to that is that tends to encourage higher speeds. So if we go through all the neighborhoods and remove all the vegetation and fences and other sight obstructions, we may not be actually improving safety. We may be encouraging higher speeds. So when we look at the need for stop signs, we're looking at whether or not that sight triangle can be achieved. I think it's important that we're consistent with that speed limit. Now, there's a lot of really good information out there about lower speed limits in neighborhoods and the benefits of safety. There have been major cities like New York City that have lowered speed limits to 20 miles an hour, and they've seen measurable impacts on safety. So I think that's something that we should consider is, do we have the ability to go to a lower speed limit and then match our sight triangles to that speed that we want to actually have in a neighborhood.
Okay, can I follow up?
Yes, go ahead. And then I have Heather Harp.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point. I think that I remember seeing a graph some years ago that was vehicle impact speed and the severity of injury or death with pedestrian being struck. And I remember, pedestrian struck at 20 miles an hour has less than a 10% chance of dying in the crash, and a pedestrian struck at 30 miles an hour is pushing 50%, and it just goes up dramatically. Where a 20 mile an hour crash is a fairly low prevalence of fatality, and a 40 mile an hour crash is a near 100% fatality. And I think it's extremely important that we look at vehicle speeds as we think about our mode split goals, as we think about creating safe neighborhoods that are walkable and and accessible for children and older adults and everyone in our community. And I think it's probably a bit of a concern that we have an inconsistency in our previous design speed and our neighborhood speed limits. So I really appreciate the work on it, and I would like to request, and I also think that it's an untenable option to go in and remove fences and hedges and vegetation and all the things that make our neighborhoods nice, livable, wonderful places. So I think we really do need to take a hard look at speed. And as you said, Jeremy, I know other communities around the country are doing a lot with speed limit. I know there's been some cities in Minnesota. I know, as you mentioned, New York City, but I'm sure. Anyway, I think we should look into it, and I think we should consider whether or not it's time to maybe look at our citywide speed on our neighborhood streets in particular.
Thanks. Heather.
Continuing along Jordan's thread, I really appreciate the fact that we acknowledge that over time, people have really done a really great job of trying to make their neighborhoods more friendly with the built environment and with landscaping, et cetera. And I think the idea of reducing speeds through our residential neighborhoods just speaks to the volumes of how many times we get emails from constituents, or you see signage on streets that people have tried to do this themselves with those neon green turtles to try and slow people down. But I think also more importantly, it dovetails even with the Montana Department of Transportation's Vision Zero, where they're looking to reduce all fatalities on our major highways. That same principle really makes sense to do that in our local residential neighborhoods. And please bring forward a consideration for reducing speeds. I love it.
Jordan.
Yeah, I guess maybe a question for Jeremy. Is this the appropriate time to look at that, or should I put forth a referral to consider neighborhood speeds? Or, honestly, this has been an interest for me for years, and I was under the impression that there was some constraints in state law. And so, what would be the best approach to exploring neighborhood speeds, in your opinion?
We would have to look at what we can do under state law and our ability to regulate those speeds, but it's certainly something we can look into. What we're doing with the manual here is we're setting it up to refer to AASHTO. So if we decide to change those speeds, the design speed to a lower speed, we would use a smaller site triangle and comply with that lower speed. So what we're doing here doesn't prevent us from taking a harder look at what we want for neighborhood speed limits.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Just to add one more, point around this, in a lot of cases, like you said, it may be untenable to ask people to make changes to their yards, to private property where they've done landscaping, fencing. In a lot of cases, we actually have houses that are in the site triangle. So that's how big a deal this is. It's really not something we can fix by just going out there and improving the site triangle. It's something we're going to have to fix with traffic control, with stop signs, with traffic circles, and with sending the message that neighborhood streets need to be at a lower speed.
Yeah, I agree. I think that those are all really important points. And I have the west side is an area that was developed in the county and annexed, many decades ago. And there's a stop sign pattern that is it's like someone had a salt shaker of stop signs that they were distributing from 10,000 feet, and I mean there's no rhyme or reason to where there's stop signs. And it's really challenging to add stop signs if they don't meet the warrants, if intersections don't meet the current warrants for stop signs. And so I think speed and traffic calming is incredibly important in especially some of our more historic neighborhoods that were developed, in the county, many decades ago, Franklin to the Fort, the north side. And then again, I think there's a direct correlation between, if we have these wide open site triangles in new development, as you mentioned, it's just going to encourage high speed. And so, yeah, I would be all on board to looking into design speed for new construction and anything that we need to do in terms of retrofitting or not retrofitting, but looking at speed and traffic calming in our existing established neighborhoods. Thanks.
I too would highly support a system-wide or city-wide look at our neighborhood speeds. I think that it's important to look at what the uses are rather than conducting a study that shows that the speed could actually be even higher based on the average speed at which cars travel down those neighborhoods. So it would be really interesting, and as Jordan pointed out, to set those from the beginning, especially for new neighborhoods and new constructions, rather than looking at how to reduce speed limits in well-established neighborhoods. Amber.
Sorry, I was having a hard time unmuting myself. I won't keep dittoing everything, but Jordan makes a really good point to me about decreasing speeds as we commit to multimodal uses of transportation and walkable neighborhoods. I mean, I had not thought about that until he brought it up, but as we commit to that, I think this is definitely worth looking into. And I didn't think we could control speeds either. So Jeremy, I would be really interested in having an answer to what our sideboards are as a city council and controlling that. And I love Jordan's salt shaker comment with regard to stop signs.
I was going to say something slightly different, but I'm glad I didn't. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Okay, thanks. We'll do some research on that and bring that back to you with more information about what we can do. I'm going to continue on here. The last couple of bullets on this slide, we've incorporated our subdivision regulations that require traffic circulation patterns and connectivity when we design streets. So that's things like block length standards and making sure that streets actually connect to each other and don't dead end. And of course, we're incorporating multimodal transportation, part of our complete streets policy, to make sure that all of our facilities include bicycle, pedestrian, transit in the design. Another fairly major addition is we've added lighting standards. This is kind of a first step in really building a more robust lighting standard, but I thought it was important to at least get some basics in there. So we've identified areas where we would require lighting. These would be on arterial streets, at trail crossings of collector arterial streets, and where we have signalized or roundabout intersections. And then we have a long list of areas where we will consider lighting. So there will be some engineering judgment in terms of other places where we might want to include street lighting. But those could be things like high conflict areas, areas where we've seen crash trends, areas where we have signalization or raised medians.
Smiley face.
We're also requiring that the materials be consistent.
We tell each other when we like our outfits or we look good.
So we'll have so we'll have a requirement that the lights match the area. So where we're using a decorative light pole style, where we're using black coated poles, those lights will have to follow that same standard. And then we also have limitations on height for street lighting. So really trying to keep that at a pedestrian scale, a human scale. And finally, we're taking a look at how we do operation and maintenance. Something that's happened in the past is we've installed streetlights without really thinking about how we're going to pay for them, to pay the electricity or to maintain them in the long run. We want to require that these get incorporated into lighting improvement districts or other equivalent means so that we recognize the long-term maintenance needs on street lighting. And finally, the transportation chapter incorporates Missoula Parks and Recreation design manual standards for paths and trails, as well as other elements of the street that are part of the green infrastructure, boulevards, street trees, things like that. So we have two separate manuals, but they need to work together in close coordination. The last chapter is about erosion control. Again, this is part of the new stormwater code that was adopted in April. This is part of our MS4 requirement to make sure that during construction that we pay attention to stormwater runoff and erosion. This is really important for protection of rivers and streams in our aquifer. And again, we really want to be a leader in good stormwater management. So a couple of important changes relative to that. You also hear about this as the SWIP, Stormwater Pollution Prevention Permit. So we have a new stormwater permit that requires a permit for any disturbance greater than 2,500 square feet. So that threshold is now lower. That's something that's required by the state. It requires an erosion control site plan. And the permit applicant will complete a site evaluation form to determine the site inspection frequency and if what kind of post-construction stormwater management may be required. So there's a whole bunch of information. Like we said before, we're accepting comments on the draft manual until the end of July. You can find it on the Engage Missoula site. There's both email addresses as well as a comment forum for folks to provide comments. And once we get all those comments in process, then we'll come back to council in late August with a final version of the manual for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. And thank you, Ida, for presenting. I do see Heather. Go ahead.
Just one quick question. Jeremy, could you go to the previous slide on stormwater? So my question, you said that the state had lowered the level from something greater than 2,500 down to now 2,500 square feet. Is that so if someone is developing and they're moving enough soil that it creates 2,500 square feet, that the permit comes into play?
It's 2,500 square feet of disturbed area. So I don't remember the previous number. I think it may have been 10,000 square feet. So think about 2,500 square feet is a pretty small city lot. So this is going to apply to most projects. If you're building a new house or a new apartment, you're going to have to provide a stormwater permit.
Okay, all right, thank you.
We are technically out of time. Heidi, I see your hand up. Is it something you need an answer to now?
I can send an email.
Great. Thank you all very much. I just wanted to thank you for putting so much time and effort into creating this manual and this review. I think it'll further expedite the process for both developers, but also for staff. I think we need to look at both sides of the review process and how it's important that the expectations are set from the beginning so that staff they will be receiving from the developers and vice versa. So I really appreciate it. With that, we don't have any other items on our agenda. This was just an informational item, so we would be adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Have a good week.
You too.
Thanks, Ida, Jeremy. committee staff, could you please go ahead and make me a host for this next committee? This is Stacy. Greetings, Mr. Hoffman.
I just unmuted. Did I miss you?
No, I just said hello.
Oh, it works.
Yeah, it works. Yes. All right, folks, we're gonna just another minute or two while the staff transitions from one committee to the next. It gets eScribe up and going, and then I need, I don't know if Mirta has the ability to make me a co-host, or if Kathy is online yet and can go ahead and do that, that'd be great. So just hang tight, and public safety and health will start here in just a few more minutes.
I don't think I can make you a co-host. Let me try.
Merita, sometimes if you hover over Stacy's name, you can transfer it over.
And somebody did it because I have I now am listed as co-host. So thank you so much. Hi, Cindy.
Hello, how are you?
I'm well. How about you?
Good. Everybody else should be jumping on. We are literally going from one meeting to the next today, pretty much all day long. So we just got off of another meeting. So I believe everyone else will be joining. It's going to be Ellen, Sarah Heineman, and Shannon Terrio.
Perfect. Great. And that's fine because you guys are second on the agenda. We do have a quick agenda item from Scott. So woo.
Perfect.
So give every time to catch your breath, refill your coffee, and stretch, do what is needed. So, okay. Well, I'm just waiting from the go ahead from committee staff that we're ready to go. So until I have that, we're going to just hang tight for another minute or so.
We are ready on the eScribe side.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you, Miss Kathy. Okay, folks. Well, I'm going to call Public Safety and Health today, Wednesday, July 15th to order. And if Kathy, if you wouldn't mind putting up the call-in screen for folks who would like to participate, I would appreciate that. While Kathy is doing that, as folks who may be watching have figured out, we are still continuing to meet virtually, and there are several ways for you to still be able to participate in today's public safety and health meeting. We have two agenda items. We will hear a request from Scott Hoffman to update our abandoned vehicle towing contract, and then we will hear an update from the health department on the masking ordinance that they passed last week. So we are still waiting for the public comment screen to go up on from committee staff, if you wouldn't mind doing that. That would be most helpful.
Stacy, I'm just going to let you know that Diana and Sarah are running the Zoom, so we'll have them put the screen up if they can.
Lovely, that would be most helpful. I do have a couple of the numbers written down. So if folks would like to call in and make public comment on the agenda items or other things under the purview of public safety and health, they can do so. And the screen will be shared with you all here momentarily, but I can read out one of the first numbers. You can call in to 253-215-8782. You will be prompted to enter a meeting ID number, and that is 960-049-3694. To give public comment, there is a little bit of delay in this system. So what you will hear on your computer or your TV or however you're viewing this versus what you hear on the phone is about a 50-second delay. So if you want to make public comment and you're queued up to do so, you'll hear me say caller ending, and I will identify the last 4 digits of your phone number. And you'll hear that on the phone before you hear it on the TV. So as soon as you hear me, you can start talking and don't have to wait for it to come over on your TV or computer screen or however you're viewing this meeting. And we do also ask that you mute whatever device that you're viewing this, because once you're live on the air, there will be feedback if you have your TV or computer going. So again, you can call in to the number that I gave, start area code 253-215-8782. Or if you, for landlines, you can call 888-475-4499. Again, the meeting ID for today's meeting is 960-049-3694. Also, you can feel free to reach out to us outside of scheduled committee meeting times by sending us an email at council@ci.missoula.mt.us. It goes to all council members, or you can leave us a voicemail at 406-552-6012, and that also gets sent out to all of us council members. So it does not look like anybody's queued up to make public comment on agenda items or non-agenda items, so we will get going, but folks may pop up as we continue on. So before we get into our 2 agenda items, we do have minutes to approve. They are minutes from our last meeting, which was June 24th. That was an informational item about flavored tobacco. And without any objections, those minutes will stand approved. Okay, seeing no objections. So the first item on today's agenda is Scott Hoffman from the Missoula Police Department is bringing forward a contract for us to renew our contract for towing of abandoned vehicles. So Scott, I will let you take it from here.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Scott Hoffman, the Assistant Chief of Police. And I come to the committee today to authorize the mayor to sign an agreement with Pro Towing for towing services for the abandoned vehicle program. It is a 2-year contract. We went through a limited solicitation with the Missoula City Towing Companies, and Pro Towing was selected as the vendor for July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, and this should be 2022. It is a 2-year contract.
Great. I do have a question, and people are raising their hand. Great. I will get to Miss Merritt here in just a moment. But I was reading through the referral that you made, and there was a reference about the fact that because of COVID, you weren't doing as much outreach or tagging, or could you talk a little bit about that? It seems as though
our numbers. So let me just touch on, I've got 5 years worth of statistics, but in 2019, we received 1,800 complaints on abandoned vehicles. We ended up towing 129 of those. For the first 6 months of this year, we have only received 600 complaints about abandoned vehicles and have only towed 26. I imagine a lot of it has to do with people not leaving their cars abandoned anywhere. Complaints are down, and this is completely a complaint-driven process. So without the complaints, we haven't had that big of numbers. We're only we're halfway through the year, and we're only a third of the numbers compared to last year.
Great, thanks for that. So if you wouldn't mind, just from an educational standpoint of when someone does call in a complaint, what is the process that your department does?
So the process consists of, once we receive the complaint, we go out and we actually inspect for the vehicle, make sure that it is there where it's said to be. We mark the vehicle, we give it a warning that says you've got 5 days to move it, or it will be subject to tow. After those 5 days, we go back and make sure that the vehicle is still there and that it hasn't moved. And if it hasn't, then we send them notification and let the tow company, in this case would be Pro Towing, know. And then when they get around to it, they go out there and then tow it back to a yard that we lease or rent from them for abandoned vehicles.
Great, thank you so much. Miss Merritt.
I would be happy to make the recommended motion.
Great. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Any additional questions or comments from council members? All right, and I realized that I forgot to take roll for this meeting. So it does appear that before we actually do a vote, we should probably establish who is here. So it does look like, let's see, Anderson's here, Becerra is, I guess I could call you out. Becerra is there. Contos, Hess, Cheryl, Jones, Vaseka, West. So it looks like we're missing, oh, and Mr. Ramos is there. So we're missing Mr. Von Lossberg and Miss Harp. I'm hoping on my quick scan of the screen had that correct. Mr. Contos, you have your hand raised. Do you have a question or comment on the motion on the floor?
Yes, I have a comment. We're renewing a contract here with these people. Does the city pay for these cars being towed?
Yes, it does come out of our general fund budget under the abandoned vehicle program. We do have some revenue if we end up selling those and recuperating some of the costs. But generally speaking, this is a cost to the city, and that's why this contract is put out for bid to see the lowest bidder.
I see. It just seems to me that it would make more sense if you selected a towing company, they towed the car, and they take care of the rest of it from there.
Well, there is legal paperwork and stuff that needs to be done when the city tows and takes possession of somebody's abandoned vehicle. We have to send them notifications. We try to contact them. We may have to apply for a title or something like that. So it is more complicated than having the tow companies take possession and sell them themselves. I know there is other cities that have done something similar to what you're talking about, and we've looked into that. They do a lot less vehicles than we do. So for the community, this is the best way that we have found right now to serve the community with getting these cars off the road.
I see. Typically, what does a car cost to tow? And I know it has to do with wherever they're at, but for the most part.
Well, for the most part, I believe it's like $45 to tow a vehicle from the location to the lot that we rent for the abandoned vehicles. And if it's a 4-wheel drive or needs a flatbed or something like that, it's $65.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right. Well, great. Thank you for the questions. And I do need a motion? Wait, Julie did that already. Sorry. Okay, we're tracking today. Okay, so Kathy, would you mind doing a roll call vote on this item, please?
I would be happy to. Give me 1 second here. Stacy Anderson.
Yes.
Contos.
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
Hess.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Merritt.
Yes.
Ramos.
Yes.
Cheryl.
Yes.
Yes.
Fonseca.
Yes.
West.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I see Miss Harp's screen. Her tile's on here, but she had emailed that she wasn't going to. So I'm just wondering, Miss Harp, are you there? Or are you? Okay. So I figured she just has left her connection on for the rest of the committee meetings today. Oh, right. So that passes and that will appear on the consent agenda next Monday night. Thank you so much, Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Yes. Okay, so now our second item on the agenda today is a presentation. It's an informational only presentation from Ellen Leahy, Cindy Farr, and a few other folks from the county health department on the recently passed ordinance requiring masks. So I will turn it over to them.
Thank you. I want to thank Alderwoman Cheryl, who's also health board member, for putting us in this better position in terms of slowing transmission of COVID. I failed to recognize that the agenda item was narrow in terms of masks only, and I wonder if I could present some overall context because things change quickly with our COVID response. And I think that would help you better understand where we are in relation to the state and resources and so on and so forth. Is that acceptable?
The floor is all yours. You can talk
Thank you.
about what you want.
I'll give you the 5,000-foot view then. And then we have Cindy Farr, who's incident commander. And then we have our operations chief, and that's Sarah Heineman, and she oversees really the bulk of our over 100 people who are on serving in incident command. And then Shannon Terrio, who is our environmental health director and also the head of the environmental health branch for incident command. And so she's been, and her staff, working very closely and thoroughly with the public since the time, well, since before the mask ordinance was made effective last week. Where we are in terms of comparing our active case numbers to the rest of the state, we all need to, I know we're scientists, but you know, you can also get some bad luck and get a bad case and a bad exposure, and away it goes. But everyone is working hard against that. Our active case count in Missoula County is actually down from where it was 2 weeks ago. Our active contacts is down. So we're in our 40s. I don't know, I can't remember this numbers morning. Sarah will know it. We had been as high as 75 for active cases. We had been last week as high as 500 for contacts, and we are back down into 300 some. So again, that can change almost overnight. So at the moment, that's very good. Compared to counties, other large counties, Billings, Yellowstone, for example, has an order of magnitude more active cases right now than Missoula County. We also have some smaller counties that are just starting to see their first clusters. Lincoln County, for example. And of course, there's been some good mass testing on the Indian reservations, and that has identified some cases, and they have put in some controls that work well for their community, trying to stop that spread in those particular communities. 2 weeks ago, I could have told you that we were in the golden hour of testing in order to identify a case, to isolate a case, identify contacts, and to quarantine contacts. Our goal is 24 hours from identification of a case to quarantine of the contacts, and we were pretty much meeting that even when it was pretty busy. Unfortunately, the testing capacity in the state and the places that the state now sends out to add capacity are just glutted up. And tests that we may have drawn at our fairgrounds clinic last Wednesday are still not back. And so that holds up that very important control measure of, here's a contagious individual, here are some folks who may be contagious, removing them from circulation and monitoring them for symptoms and doing follow-up testing. I have no words for it. It's very, very disappointing. We are in the process of obtaining what's called a quick test, where we can give results more immediately. It will have other drawbacks, however, but it is a priority for us to be able to identify and remove from regular circulation and work and whatnot those folks during the period that they're contagious. That is absolutely critical. So that's kind of our main issue right now. The mask ordinance has generally been, we immediately saw a remarkable increase in mask use indoors, just a remarkable increase. But there are a lot of questions, and Shannon's department is dealing with that. I will touch on just one. A lot of people would like to use face shields. I would have liked to have put face shields into the ordinance. I noticed that Oregon State did do that. I was curious about that because I had no evidence that I could locate that face shields protect the other person. So you can certainly wear a face shield to protect yourself, but to protect the other person and other people, which is the intent of the mutual masking or widespread use of cloth face mask, you would also need to have a mask. I expect that more evidence will come forward. Everyone is interested in this for a lot of good reasons. It's helpful in school settings and in other settings, and for hard of hearing to be able to see the face and emotions and mouth and lips, and you know, a lot of our communication occurs that way. So it's not in there only because the only evidence I could find was that it didn't appear to protect, and yet I know that's a hot question, so we'll keep working on that. I'll stop there. I know you'll have questions, and move on to either Cindy or Sarah or Shannon. I'm not sure how they worked this out because I invited two of them about 10 minutes ago.
I'd be happy to jump in and talk, and then Sarah and Shannon can talk about anything that I don't cover. So at this time, as Ellen said, we're seeing increased cases over what we saw back in April before, back in March and April before everyone was on a stay-at-home order. We expected that once we moved into phase 2 that we were going to start seeing an increase in cases. The biggest thing right now is making sure that we're keeping it manageable for our team and also protecting our healthcare resources. We have been reporting daily about the number of hospitalizations that we have here. We are keeping a very close eye on the number of available ICU beds, ventilators, personal protective equipment, all of those things, because that is going to need to be our priority as we're seeing increasing cases. We want to make sure that not only, as Ellen alluded to, that we can get those new cases and their contacts out of the general circulation of the population and into an isolated and quarantined status so that they're not continuing to spread the disease. But we also want to protect our healthcare hub because we know that we are a regional hub. And so being able to make sure that if someone does get sick, that they are actually able to receive the treatment that they need so that they can recover from this virus is extremely important. And so we're keeping a really close eye on that. We have been working with our university system here in Missoula, as well as all of our school districts, to help them to implement plans for return to school and what that might look like, as well as, you know, figuring out how we would do contact tracing in a school environment and what would necessitate closing versus being able to be prepared enough that we would not necessarily have to close a school in order to do that contact investigation. So we are definitely thinking towards the future. As Ellen said, we are starting to see a real backup in getting test results back, which is extremely concerning, because that is the one of the things that we have to try to control this virus, is getting those, you know, people tested, getting their results back quickly, and making sure that they're isolated and doing that contact tracing that is necessary in public health, not just in this particular pandemic, but in all communicable disease outbreaks. So we are looking at other possibilities for testing as we're seeing our labs getting more and more backed up. So with that, I will turn it over to Sarah and Shannon to maybe talk a little bit about some FAQs and messaging that we're trying to get out about the mask mandate and what that might mean for individuals and for businesses.
Okay, I will jump in here since Sarah, if you have anything to add. So the environmental health division here is the environmental health branch in ICS, and we have a group called the Order Compliance Group, who has been working throughout the response on helping businesses and individuals come into compliance with the governor's directives, the health board's recommendations, and the health office and rules, and then the health officer's order. So specifically for masks, we have a group of 4 environmental health specialists and a manager who take in complaints, and a whole bunch of questions. So by far, we get more questions from businesses and individuals about how to comply. I think it says a lot about our community that is the bulk of the communication that we have right now. And then we do get complaints. So in the past couple of days, we've gotten almost 60 complaints 2 days ago. And I didn't look at the end of the day, but about 36 complaints yesterday by, what was that, 3:30. About places that do not appear or do not seem to be following the mask rule and order. And so I can just tell you, people are pretty interested in how we go about talking with people when we get a complaint. So the very first thing that we do is we call them and we talk to them and we ask them what the situation is. We let them know that we got a complaint. We ask them if they have any questions. We help them understand nuances to the rule or order. It's a pretty straightforward rule and order, but how to apply it in an individual store or a business, they can have questions often about that. And so our environmental health specialists have been helping people through that and helping people think, like, how do I accommodate somebody who just can't or won't wear a mask because they can't come into the indoor public space. So have a lot of conversations about that. And then we also will go out into the field. In fact, I think 3 of our 4 sanitarians are out visiting restaurants and other establishments today to help them get a little further down the road when it comes to complying with the order. And then we haven't had to do anything else beyond that yet. And what we find is that when we go out and we give people that personal attention, we really are getting good compliance. I've been impressed throughout this whole thing when restaurants and then all businesses had to shut down, that people really were doing what they needed to do. I know it's not 100% across the board, but the vast majority were complying. And when we needed to follow up on something, we did. So that, I guess, is the end of my presentation, but I'm willing to answer any questions.
And then Sarah Heineman, who's our operations chief.
Hi.
Thanks for inviting me. I don't have anything formal prepared, and usually I have a nice little report to give you. But Shannon covered our environmental health branch, and so the other two branches that I oversee is the operations section chief, are our testing branch and our infectious disease branch. So the testing branch is our offsite testing clinic, and so that runs Monday through Friday. We do same day appointments and schedule appointments, and are able to get most people in within that 24-hour period of time. Right now, we're focused on symptomatic individuals with symptoms compatible with COVID and those that are identified as close contacts to a positive case. And that is really taking the whole schedule to do that. So we've been pretty busy. We had been averaging maybe around 80 to 100 tests per week. And in the last 3 to 4 weeks, we're up to almost 130 tests per week that we're averaging. So definitely seeing an uptick in that. We are looking at moving to a different facility that's in the works right now, but just looking for longer term, factoring in the elements of the weather, so heat of the summer, wildfire smoke, and looking into the winter. So something that offers some shelter, but could still be a drive-through situation. So we're just continuing to build capacity. And then as Ellen mentioned, we have the rapid testing capability that's coming, and we just learned about that late last night. So we are actively working on how to factor that into our processes and how that will impact our testing capacity. Within the infectious disease branch, we are definitely working on building some capacity and expanding. We have not been walloped like some of the other counties have been, and so we are just trying to build some depth and breadth to have the capacity to be staffed 7 days a week with with case investigators, contact tracers, and then those daily monitors for people that are in quarantine and isolation, and then have the support that they need to do all of those things while working remotely for the most part. So we're actively hiring and recruiting and filling positions for that to make sure that we have some good deep capacity for that coverage. So that's about the end of my report, unless you have questions.
Okay, that seems to be the round robin of presenters.
Correct.
Great. Well, I will let my fellow council members queue up for some questions. If committee staff could put again on the numbers up on the screen for how people could call in for public comment on this agenda item. But I, as chair of the committee, will take a couple liberties to ask a few questions. So I really thank Cindy for her daily COVID updates. I watch them and I usually repost them. So I find that they're very informative, and it helps kind of address some of the rumors as you did in yesterday's question. The question I have, first one is around testing. Has the criteria changed in terms of prior to kind of this uptick, people were being able to get tested if they just wanted to versus having to be symptomatic, or has that been consistent throughout? There's a bit of confusion on who is eligible to get tests.
Sarah, do you want to take that or do you want me to take it? I can, yeah. Am I unmuted? I'm not used to Zoom. Okay. Yeah, the testing criteria has definitely been, it's kind of changed over time. It was pretty strict to start with because testing capacity was limited in the beginning. So there was very strict criteria and who could get tested, the highest risk priorities. So that started to open up and the symptoms expanded from the CDC. We've followed that suit with the CDC. Then we moved into that sentinel testing, surveillance testing, and right around that same week is when we got our first batch of new cases, and it just started to kind of overwhelm our process and our system with testing close contacts to those cases, as well as the number of people who were sick that were getting tested. And so we paused on that sentinel surveillance testing. And our focus right now are folks who are currently symptomatic. So any of those, I think there's 10 or 12 symptoms now, Cindy, of the CDC COVID symptoms. If anybody meets that makes them eligible to get tested. And then if they're identified through our case investigators as a close contact to a positive case, there's a closed loop referral system to get them into our testing facility if that is their place of choosing to go to. Otherwise, we'll refer them to another partner for testing.
since it's recommended now to test those close contacts. So those are the two priority populations we're focusing on: anybody who's sick with compatible symptoms, and then those identified close contacts.
Great, thanks so much. And could you talk a little bit about antibody testing? I know that that was something that seemed to be a lot in the conversation a couple weeks ago, and not so much anymore.
Antibody, go ahead, Cindy.
Oh, I was gonna say, I'd be happy to talk about it because I know I've talked about it about a million times at this point. So the big thing that we want to make sure that people understand is the difference between antibody testing and actual diagnostic PCR testing. So antibody testing tells you if you have been infected with a coronavirus in the past. There is only currently one good antibody test that has been released by the FDA that can actually tell you whether or not you've had COVID-19. A lot of the antibody tests that are out there have emergency use authorization from the FDA, and they can tell you if you've had one of 5 or 6 coronaviruses. And one of those 5 or 6 coronaviruses is actually the common cold. And so those antibody tests are not really very useful at this point, because if all it can tell you is that you've had some strain of coronavirus, but not actually COVID-19, then it's just not really helpful. The other thing with the antibody tests is that we still are awaiting, there was some new research that came out that has not been peer reviewed, because as we know, lots of research is coming out very, very quickly, and it's kind of bypassing some of what our normal peer review channels are at this point. So we're still waiting for confirmation on it, that it is possible that that those antibody tests, or that even if you develop antibodies to COVID-19, that you might actually only be protected for a couple of months, that you don't actually get lifetime protection from developing antibodies. We are still waiting for more research to come out on that topic, because that has been one of the big unknowns is, let's say you do develop a really severe infection, then, and you develop antibodies, how protected are you really? Can you get it again? And how long does that protection actually last? And so the antibody test is just not really very useful at this point until we have answers to those questions, and we have a really reliable antibody test that we can use that says, yes, you were actually infected with COVID-19. And then once we know how long you're actually protected for. So the testing that we use is the PCR testing. And what that does is it detects particles of the virus while you are sick. And that is the one that is used in order to actually diagnose you with COVID-19. Does that help answer your questions?
Yes. I feel like I would have paid more attention in science class. But thank you for that. And my final question, I'll turn it over to my colleagues, and this is for Shannon. I have seen a couple of these signs, and I'm sure you've heard about them around town. And basically it says, if you have a medical condition that prevents you from wearing a mask, you're exempt from this order. Due to HIPAA and the 4th Amendment, we cannot legally ask you about your medical conditions. Therefore, if we see you without a mask, we'll assume that you have a medical condition and we'll welcome you inside our business, inside to support our businesses. Could you address whether or not that's an actual exemption from the mask rule?
As I say, I can unless Ellen wants to address it instead. Do you want to talk about it, Ellen?
I will start. I will start. There is not an entity that can give you a waiver from this local order. There is, in federal law, the protection for folks who have disabilities, that if that disability gets, inhibits them or impedes them from doing something that they'd like to do or something that they need to do, then accommodations must be made. So we're not expecting that. First of all, there's no way to get like a waiver. And I know somebody was actually selling mask waivers in the Missoula, and I think that got shut down. I'm not certain. they're meaningless. They don't mean anything. What does mean something and is very significant if you really, cannot wear a mask, whether it's a psychological situation or whether you're just so very fragile, perhaps in your breathing, that you can't tolerate a mask. Then you are to be accommodated. So the ways that you can be accommodated, that a store could accommodate, is shop for them, give them curb service, those types of things. I think Shannon could give you more examples. But when we see someone that's saying, we're just going to assume if you don't have your mask on, that is actually someone who's trying to go around the rule. And state law does recognize attempts to go around the rule. Is quite different than someone who actually needs an accommodation. So Shannon, if you can talk about the kinds of accommodations that some are creative and very helpful that people have been offering.
Sure. So yeah, I think that the key is that it doesn't exempt you from being in the store or the indoor place without a mask, but the business can find to provide an accommodation means to find a different way to serve you so that you still get the service. And we've talked through that with a number of businesses, and businesses have talked to us about how they're doing it. And one example is that if somebody does not want to or cannot wear a mask within the business, they can meet you outside and they can do the transaction outside and they can bring what you need out to them. A lot of places have drive-throughs and can expand what the drive-through typically does if they have that ability. So there are other ways that people can get the product or the service. And it really is kind of an individual thing. There might be some circumstances where there's not another way to do it, but you talk and you have an open conversation with the person to figure out the best way that you can meet their needs, but still not have them in the space without a face covering on.
Great. Thank you so much for that. And I will quit monopolizing question asking and I will turn it over to my colleagues. Before I do that, I do want to point out for those who are joining in remotely that they're on the screen now is the ways in which you can call in and make public comment on this agenda item or anything under the purview of public safety and health. With that, I will, we have a queue here of folks ready to ask some questions. So I will let top of my list as I see them is Ms. Vasika.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was curious of how many current hospitalizations due to COVID do we currently have?
I believe there's one right now.
Thank you.
All right. And then Miss Becerra, your hand's not up, but I know that's because you're a co-host. You can't raise it. So
Thank you. You actually asked the question that I had regarding that not being able to wear a mask and being let into the store. So I'm good. Thank you.
All right, Miss Cheryl.
Having a hard time unmuting today. First, I want to say, I just want to thank all of our presenters. We moved quickly on this, and I appreciate that, this is a big thing to do. So I really appreciate that the health board meeting was moved up and that we moved quickly to do something for public safety. So thank you, everyone. I know that was a lot of work to get us here. There was lots. I said this on Monday night, but I just want to say again that the health, and correct me if my numbers are wrong here, but I think we had about 3,600 comments on this before the health board meeting, and 87% of those in the city of Missoula were wanting masks, were for this ordinance. I think 81% overall when you counted the county, but it was a really high level of engagement, and I think people are very happy about it. And I've personally received a number of thank yous after that meeting. So I just appreciate the engagement by Missoula and everyone's willingness to do this. There was a lot of, if you didn't catch the health board meeting, there was quite a bit of conversation about having this being 12 and up. So I don't know if anyone wants to kind of visit that for us a little bit, but you know, the under 12 for schools opening, I'm glad to hear, and I know through Rob Watson that they're working closely with the health board or the health department, but you know, helping them to reopen schools. We just recently received an email with no final decisions, but talking about some different ideas of how we may reopen the schools. But also wanted to say that the schools will have the option to mandate a more restrictive policy if they choose to do that than the health board has. So if you want to speak to that, anyone, that would be great. And also, maybe Ellen, would you speak to like how the health board will revisit this rule as hopefully, I'm crossing my fingers, things start getting better, just kind of how we go forward. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd be glad to. The health board regularly meets once a month. This was a special meeting, and actually it ended up being the July meeting. So the next meeting will be in August. And at that time, they'll get the COVID briefing. And if we or any member of the health board has changes to the mask ordinance, you know, those can be discussed at that time. If they wanted to take action on changes, we would need to post in advance. So we would need to hear from individual members of the board, or the staff would need to recommend those changes, post them in advance so that the members of the public could also read and consider those before the board could take action on them. So, you know, it could be something as simple as, and this happens with regulations that you spend months and months working on, that you tried to find the right words to say what it is you needed to see out there, and for some reason the words were confusing, or you've had an unintended circumstance. Those are the kinds of things that normally come up that we expect to change regulations on at some point. In this case, I hope we have more evidence, things related to face shields. For example, we may have, I would really like to see more communities have mask ordinances, because one community can't stop other communities spread from coming into their community. So just like we wanted more widespread use of masks in our indoor environment, I want to see more widespread use of masks in the state for full protection. I also would add that, and of course we can't control that, also would add that as the health officer, and since we used both authorities in the statutes, two different authorities aimed at the same goals, I could, in between meetings, if I find in a situation, it might be a more narrow situation, or if the disease numbers warrant, I could enact a more stringent order. Because we're trying to work in tandem, I would only do that in an extreme or very narrow circumstance. And then we would want to go back to the board and get the two in tandem again. But that is why, you know, with health boards generally meeting once a month, that is one of the reasons there are health officer authorities, because these things crop up, you know, in a day and you need to respond. But so I think we'll continue to look at it. I really think we need it on a broader scale outside of Missoula County. We have a number of people that come into our county to work, and they may not be protected by mask wearing. And in fact, right now they aren't protected by mask wearing in that county. And so they are actually coming into our county, even if they're wearing their mask when they're in the county. They've been coming from a less protected and therefore riskier environment. And Missoula has a number of folks that it brings into our workforce, particularly in healthcare. So those are the types of things. They go beyond what the board can require. And I know that wasn't your question, but I think we need to see more forward movement beyond Missoula and Whitefish and Bighorn County. So I'm hoping, and that as we do that, we will all continue to learn from each other on how to do that better. I've been working with my colleagues who are, at least Gallatin is looking at a rule. So it won't just not be looked at. It's really being looked at and actively used every day.
Great, thank you. And Ms. Anderson, just a follow-up comment, if you don't mind.
Go right
I
ahead.
just wanted, I know both a couple of people have touched on this in the conversation, but I remember moving to Missoula, 20 years ago and recognizing, and this was maybe part of their selling point, but that, we are not near another urban center. I mean, Montana has these pockets of urban centers. And so for both medical care, for shopping, for jobs, we are pulling, I mean, way back then, I remember it was 250,000 people for shopping and medical care and all that. And so, I just want Ellen's comments really resonate with me of the fact that other people are coming into the county, and this mask ordinance is helping. It's not perfect, because it would be great if everyone around us was doing it too. But, this is a big deal of the counties outside of Missoula, and it's not just about the numbers right here in town. So thank you very much. I really appreciate everyone's work on this.
Thank you, Ms. Cheryl. We have Ms. West.
Hi, thanks. I have some questions kind of along, I guess, the same line of maybe dealing with interstate travel, but also travel between counties. And so I was wondering, I haven't gone out much, but is there signage when people enter the county, or is the first place that people that maybe don't live here and aren't aware of our policies, where's the first place that someone interacts with this, I guess, with this mandate for mask wearing?
So right now, it's if they try to go into an indoor establishment that's open to the public. And I have envisioned signs as you drive into town. I want to point out we don't have outdoor use requirement, I think, for a lot of kind of obvious reasons. But yes, it would be good. And I also want to recognize that the Missoula Economic Partnership and their Reopen Work Group is taking a lot of initiative and leadership to try to promote mask use and other, mask use alone. It's a combination of mitigation measures. And so the distancing and the smaller groups, they're really trying to promote that. With dual purpose. One, of course, is to prevent the spread, but two is to build confidence, and so our economy can run even if at a reduced rate rather than shut down. So I think we're going to see a lot more from that leadership and that initiative, and I welcome it.
And then Stacy, I have one more question. And I've been sitting in on those MEP reopening calls, and I've been pretty impressed just by the level of coordination and communication. But then I have a question about case tracking in general. I know that when someone tests positive, that case is reported back to the place of residency, and I realize that we're not. That most of our cases are Montana residents at this point, but I was curious how these are being tracked and communicated, because if someone does get sick to the point of needing hospitalization, they're not going to be hospitalized where they live. They're going to be hospitalized where they're sick and stretch our local capacity. And so what's the communication around that and the tracking, and how is it publicly available?
So Alderwoman West, you and Brian Van Lossberg had both come up with an excellent idea over a month ago of sidebar tracking out-of-state residents that were diagnosed in Missoula, or excuse me, anywhere in the state. And I do know that the state DPHHS did say, yes, we will do that. I have seen that sidebar number, and right now I cannot tell you how to get to it on the internet. I am sorry.
Well, I can actually help answer that question. So DPHHS is tracking it, and it is on their website. So if you go to dphhs.mt.gov, and then there's a big picture of COVID-19, the SARS-CoV virus, right in the middle. It says click here for more information. That's going to take you to a landing page, and it's got all of the county numbers and demographics. And if you just scroll down a little bit, it's in a table on that page.
Then I have a follow-up question on contact tracing. I assume that the local health department that has runs the test or has the person that tested sick, that you guys still get notified and then can do the local contact tracing, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and then Ms. Merritt.
Thanks. Thanks, Cindy and Ellen and Shannon and all of the staff. I can not even imagine how hard your jobs have been lately. After reading about the very large volume of calls that you guys received in the past few days, and the angst that people are venting on you, I'm sorry that you have to go through that, and I hope that ends quickly. I've been paying attention to the discussion at the school district about reopening schools, and the question that I posed to Superintendent Watson last night was what part COVID testing was going to play in our school reopening. And to me, that brings up all kinds of issues of capacity for us to test teachers and students. And I'm wondering, just maybe in general, if the school district said that they were going to make testing part of reopening the schools, would we be able to meet that capacity for testing?
No. Even when we weren't backed up with testing, when we were getting, 48-hour response time, no, something absolutely major would have to change. I'm not even sure I could identify what it is. It would probably have to be quick tests available everywhere to do that. And even if those resources were available, keep in mind that there is some value in that test at the time it's taken, but you can get infected the next day, or the day after, or the test could be taken too early and you don't have enough of the DNA to actually show that the RNA virus has gotten into it. So they can be useful, and I know countries that are able to open schools are largely being able to do it not because of the testing per se, but because they've been able to manage their entire community, their state, their country's environment, because you can't manage the schools outside of that context. And I do know that quick testing and regular testing is one part of their management plan.
Thank you for that, Ellen. Not really, just another question, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Yep, that's fine.
So the question was raised about how many people we currently have hospitalized. I'm wondering if you guys have a number of how many critical care or ICU beds that we have available in the community, should a lot more people need to be hospitalized.
So go ahead, Cindy.
So I do have access to the state system that tracks those ICU beds and ventilators and hospitalizations, and that number actually changes daily because we are a healthcare hub for the region, and we have people that come here from all over, and the hospitals are still doing elective surgeries, and they still are taking care of people that are, having strokes and having heart attacks and, need major interventions. And so we don't report that number daily just because it changes so frequently. And we know that if we were to start getting into a situation kind of, and Ellen can speak to this, kind of like when we were in H1N1 and we were looking at, you know, how many hospital beds that we had available, then at some point the hospitals may decide that they're no longer going to do those elective procedures, so that they can make sure that they're keeping their hospital beds opened up for people that need this kind of treatment. In addition, they do keep track of at what point they need to start diverting. And so if we started really seeing a big pressure on there, you know, we're watching Javari, I look at it every single day. I don't have concerns at this point because I do know that there are other intermediate steps that can be taken, such as halting elective surgeries in order to open up more hospital beds should we need that. So far, I think the biggest number that we've had for COVID hospitalizations at any one time in our county was 3. And 2 of them were out of county residents and 1 was an in-county resident. And so we haven't seen a big push on our hospitals as of yet. Part of the reason for that is that if we are taking a look at our demographics here in Missoula County, the vast majority of the cases that we've had so far have been in our populations that are under 40. And so as we know, as you get older, you start to have more chronic health conditions and more become more susceptible to poor outcomes. And so we have been working very hard to keep this disease from affecting our most vulnerable and our older populations. And we so far have been relatively successful in that. And so that is one of the big things that we're keeping an eye on, is that demographic, because if we start to see a shift, then we're gonna have more concerns that we're gonna be putting a lot of pressure on our healthcare system. So I don't know if that really totally answers your question, because I don't have the actual number right now, but we are watching it on a daily basis.
I would add to that, that while it's very important to have the facilities and the equipment, one of the paradoxes in a pandemic or a huge epidemic, but in this case, a pandemic, is you have to have the staff. And at the time that your numbers in the community rise, your healthcare staff also, you know, can be affected and largely are affected, not usually from the workplace, but, you know, being in the community. Those numbers of available intensive care staff, intensivists, doctors, goes down because they are being diminished by the fact that your numbers went up. So it can really start to spiral. And I would also keep in mind, and Cindy touched on this, when we have as many cases that we have elsewhere in the state, and some of those are in extremely fragile people, those cases will, many of them, be hospitalized and will be diverted across the state, not just to the hospital that's nearest them.
Great. Thanks so much. Mr. Ramos, you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I certainly understand where you guys are coming from, trying to protect our most vulnerable population. I was just wondering, I'm on the county website right now where you guys have a list of 6 different numbers. I was wondering, would it be possible to add a number on there that would be current active COVID-related hospitalizations, and then the number of tests taken in that particular same time frame that we have the number of positive tests?
We you know, the hospitalized number changes almost daily. A couple of days ago, we had 2 or 3. So it's a matter of being able to keep that up. I think we could do that. We could talk with our public information officer. I think I see Cindy shaking her head yes.
Yeah, we can definitely add the number of hospitalizations, active hospitalizations, because we do update our website daily. I hesitate to add the number of tests in that time period because we have a delay in when we find out, because we're not the only ones doing testing in our community, and those tests are being sent out to a number of different labs. So right now I know of at least 4 labs that are being utilized for testing in our community. And so it's really, we generally have a pretty good lag time between when we find out how many tests were actually done during a period, and it doesn't always correlate with the number of positives, because we find out about the positives right away, but we don't find out about the negatives until sometimes a week later. So the number of tests is really, we can give a more like a once a week update on the number of tests that have been completed in our county, but we don't really get it on a daily basis.
What we do have that we've worked really hard, and we have expert assistants, epidemiological assistants from the University of Montana, and that actually is our epi unit. We do have now the number or the percentage of the population tested, which is an important marker. I mean, it was below 1% throughout the first spike that we had back in March, and now we're above 8%, which is still quite low if you compare our country with other countries, but it's a huge increase. And we also have the percent positivity, which has some limitations in reading it right now, since we've been adding testing capacity up until the last week when we basically hit a wall. So we do have those weekly, and those we talked yesterday with our epi unit. We have once a week that we put up a new epi profile that U of M prepares. And I think we could ask to put up those 2 key indicators about testing. They aren't exactly the one you asked for, Alderman Ramus, but I think they are meaningful measures, the percent of the population tested and the percent positivity.
I think that's great, and I just really think the hospitalizations is important, just because we're super concerned about our healthcare system being overwhelmed. So it's good for the folks to know that. And then can I have a follow-up, Madam Chair? Last one. Oh, so my last question is oh, what's that? Sorry.
No, I apologize.
Okay. Oh, perfect. So my last question, goals are important, and certainly with an ordinance like this is a big one. And what are some goals that we have to where we can dissolve this ordinance? I mean, number of cases, number of deaths, number of hospitalizations. What are some different things that the public can look for so that they can help to try and get out of this phase quickly, to keep some incentive to keep the spread down?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think epidemiologically, not just Missoula County, but our entire area would have to see consistently reduced active cases consistently, and higher testing. I also believe that we would need to see some more curative or highly effective therapeutic treatment. And ultimately a vaccine. But right now, what we're doing in Missoula at the moment, and again, it's at the moment, is we're pushing back against what would just be a huge exponential spike, which is what we're actually seeing in some other parts of the state and definitely in the country. And so not only would Missoula have to go down, but those areas surrounding us would have to have a continuous downward trend to where we didn't have this risk. And also, since it's a preventive measure, there is sometimes the thinking that as soon as you get your numbers down, you can quit preventing. But unfortunately, that's exactly the reaction that gets your numbers back up. So I think it would take a lot of discussion on what was the right thing to do and when to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're coming up to 3 minutes left here on our meeting, and I still have Miss Jones and Miss West in the queue, so I'll let Miss Jones ask her question now.
Thanks. I'll try and make it quick. On the issue of masks, since we now have this mandatory mask requirement in Missoula, I was researching online. It's much easier to get masks now than a few months ago when it was super hard, but there's N95 masks, there's I think personal protective mask, which is just kind of the a little bit more disposable type. There are cotton masks. And then I was also finding activated carbon filter replacements. I hadn't even seen that before. Do you have any recommendations? I know the baseline is you want as many people as possible to be wearing masks, but beyond that, are some of these masks more efficient in accomplishing the goal of not spreading the virus? Is there something we should be shooting for here?
There is some really high tech and highly specific in the lab literature on researching different layers of cotton versus different layers of cotton mixed with other things. I mean, one of the things that a medical grade N95 has is it actually has an electronic attraction to pull particles. So, I mean, you know, there's a whole lot going on there at the micro level, but right now there's nothing that could be used, you know, in a widespread way. It's just a matter of covering your nose and your mouth and keeping your hands off of your mask and keeping your mask clean. And the main thing is wear something that's comfortable, wear something that you're going to wear. I mean, I've been around a long time, and, you know, I can remember when we went from no seatbelts to seatbelts, and oh, it's choking me. And, you know, I get that. We all feel that way. When nurses and healthcare providers went from never wearing rubber gloves, that's how old I am, to having to wear gloves to do things. And all of us went through this, oh my gosh, I can't I can't handle the syringe. I can't do this. I don't think I'm doing it right. That's adapting. And the more quickly you can find a mask that works for you, that doesn't drive you crazy, doesn't pull your ears, hurt your ears, that you can remember to put on, that you can wash, wear that mask.
Thanks, Ellen.
Great. Well, we have two more questions. We have Ms. West and then Ms. Becerra.
Hey, I have a quick question around the ICU capacity of, I guess, our region or the state. Is an ICU bed synonymous with having an ICU bed that can treat a COVID patient? Yeah, could you speak to that?
If there's staff and the equipment they need.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and Ms. Becerra.
Just very quickly, I was curious to know about the new testing facility that's being proposed for Flynn Lane. Could you just briefly speak to why we need, is it an additional or instead of, and why that would be a better location?
Sarah?
Sure. So as I mentioned before, so this would be new. We would let go of our fairgrounds location. This would be so that we have some protection from the elements as we're looking long-term future planning. We've had a relatively easygoing summer so far. We're mid-July, but in August, we anticipate some pretty hot temperatures, and we have staff that are standing out in a parking lot dressed in full PPE, and it gets very hot and uncomfortable. Add wildfire smoke to that, which is anticipated, and we have no way to help control that in an outdoor environment. And in the winter, as that will be coming fast around the corner, we look at keeping our staff protected from the elements of the cold, the snow, blizzards, 40 below, so having them be able to be in some kind of a controlled indoor environment where we can at least get them out of the elements and protect them in that way. That was a main driving force for the looking for a different location. Ellen, is there anything else you want to add?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I have to say I'm slightly terrified that you're having to talk about preparedness for winter. I appreciate that you're doing that, but gosh, that just really highlights how long we need to anticipate this being around. And I know the CDC director yesterday said if the entire country just put on a mask, we could really get a handle on this in 6 weeks or so. And I can't help but note that school starts in 6 weeks. So I am so thankful that we are taking the lead on this in Missoula. Cindy Ellen, Sarah, and Shannon, thank you so much for your work. It's hard. Our community is so grateful. I know I personally am, and I can speak for the rest of our council members for all your hard work. Please continue to take care of yourself. It does seem as though we're going to be in this in the long haul, and we are grateful that you are our county health department. And please, I encourage people to start reaching out to the governor to encourage him to mandate a statewide masking. It sounds like that is the next step that we need to do to get this under control in Montana. So I don't, Ellen, if you want to speak to that as we close out, but that's my parting words of everyone now. Reach out to the governor.
We do need, we need more masking. The political boundary is not recognized by the virus. You know, we couldn't do in Missoula what we do without your leadership and support. It would not be possible, no matter how much we read or know or try to do. I cannot overstate that. Thank you.
Yes. Well, we're this shows, if anything, we're all in this together, and I am very proud of the Missoula community. We're the second most populous community in the state, and yet we have always been lagging behind other places in the numbers, and it shows that we are all taking the steps and listening to you folks and your guidance. So with that, we've gone a smidge over time. I know the health people department have other things to go. Oh, yes. Miss Mary.
I just want to make sure, was there anyone who wanted to make public comment?
No one ever joined in.
Okay.
So I was monitoring the whole time.
Just
so
to check. Thanks.
Yes, thanks for that. Well, thank you again for joining us for today's Public Safety and Health Committee meeting. And with that, we'll be adjourned.
Hello.
I cannot seem to. Oh, there you are. Your co-host. Okay, I'm signing off. I actually have other meetings I have to go to this afternoon,
Okay.
so I will let you take it from here.
Okay, I don't see anything saying I was made a co-host, but let me.
If you look over in the participants, your name. Okay.
I got it. Okay, thank you. Good job.
Toodaloo.
Could staff not make me co-host anymore because I can't raise my hand.
Yeah, I'll take you off.
Thank you.
Amber, you're on mute.
Yes, I know. I was still kind of getting ready here. So as far as letting people in if they're in the waiting room, I see myself as co-host. Well, I'll see that up on the participant list. Is that right? Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm just trying to remember. This is only my second one. So I'm just trying to remember how it works. And are we ready to go in a few minutes? Are we ready with everything?
Hey Amber, this is Neil Miner over at Parks. I'm going to be presenting for David today. So.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Thanks for letting me know. I was wondering why you were here. You just really wanted to hear about it?
Just pop in, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I know. I saw that. I'm like, huh. Okay, so that's great.
Yeah.
We can go ahead.
Okay, that's good. I'm going to give a couple more minutes just so people can get back but we'll start right at 12:20. Could we get the call-in number up and we'll just start off with that? Thank you. Okay, it's 12:20. I'm hoping if people are back in their seats, if council is back, if they could turn on their videos. So I know you're there because I'm going to do roll call in just a second here.
I'm back.
Thank you. Okay, it is 12:20. So I'm going to go ahead and start the Parks and Conservation meeting of 7:15. And the first thing I'm going to do is go through roll call. I'm going to try to make, since this is running my second virtual meeting, and I think last time I made it very chaotic for staff by not doing the council members in order. I'm gonna do roll call myself. So let's get that started. And Anderson. Stacy, are you there?
I think she had to step out.
Okay, I think so too. So Sarah. Okay. Contos. John, are you
It
there?
was a short lunch, Amber.
I know. I know, but I'm trying to keep us on schedule. I know, I think, so we're gonna maybe be calling some people back into the meeting as we go. So right now I don't have Anderson, Becerra, or Contos. Harp. Heather, are you there? Okay, Hess.
Yeah, I'm here.
Great. Jones.
Here.
Yay. Merritt.
Here.
Ramos.
Here.
Cheryl is present. Vasika.
Present.
Von Lossberg. I believe Brian is gone. West. Heidi, are you there? Okay, so let's see if we have a quorum.
Sarah's here.
Okay, great, Sarah. So we do have 7. So we have a quorum. Stacy, are you here? Contos? Okay, so we're missing Anderson, Contos, Harp, and Von Lossberg, but we do have a quorum. So I'm going to go ahead and get ready for, or get going. First, we have minutes from June 24th that we need to approve. That was where we approved the bylaws for the energy and conservation, the energy and climate team. Does anyone have any changes to those minutes? I'm looking at the hands up and I see none, so those minutes will stand approved. I do not see, just as a note, I am monitoring the lobby and I don't see anyone queued up for public comment, but we will be taking public, this is a virtual meeting. I should have said that ahead of this. We will be taking public comment throughout this meeting. The call-in number, which had been up on the screen earlier, is 253-215-8782. Thank you. And the ID number is 960-049-3694. So you can call in at any point during the meeting. You will be put into a waiting room and then I will let you in at the appropriate time. So please feel free to call in. So seeing no changes to those minutes, they will stand approved. And we have Neil Miner, who is going to be doing the presentation for David Selvage, and it is regarding the North Side Pedestrian Bridge Engineering Service Contract, and that is our only agenda item for today. And I know Neil is in the meeting, so Neil, you want to take it from here?
Yes, thank you, Amber. I am presenting the professional service contract for the engineering services to update the North Side Pedestrian Bridge decking material. The existing decking is galvanized steel pans with concrete. And over the years, they've just been eroding because of poor drainage and rusting out. So we've been trying to update this for a couple of years. In fiscal year 21, we were approved for the full amount with Park District funds to do the engineering and construction. We just got a little delayed, so we're moving forward with engineering right now, and then we'll bid after this is complete. So I am trying to recommend the approval of the contract for $136,000 to HDR service, like HDR Inc. For the repair or for the engineering services for the repair and renovation of the bridge deck and related infrastructure.
Okay, can you, what are some of the problems with the bridge deck right now? Do you mind speaking to that a little bit?
Yeah, so I can't remember the year that it was constructed, but they are galvanized steel pans. Some of the drainage has been clogged or just had poor drainage to begin with, and they've rusted out. So a lot of the structural component of the decking where the people walk. So let me see if I could share my screen. Joe, is that possible?
Yep, down at the bottom, it should say share screen.
Are you guys able to see that photo at all?
No, Neil.
No.
Not yet. Okay, here it is. How about now?
It says you're sharing your screen, but I can't see it yet. Oh, there we go. I got it. I can see it.
Okay. And let me know if it's just you guys, because on my screen, it looks like it's just all of the council. So that's a perfect example where you have the rusting out of the deck material, the galvanized pan. This is from underneath looking up. And so it's just rusting and eroding away. On top of this is the concrete material that the people walk on or ride their bikes on. And so right now it's structurally sound, but it needs to, we've hired HDR to do an assessment when this started happening. Their recommendation was to replace the decking, and that's what we're going forward with now.
Great, thank you.
And
Is that it? Did you have anything else, Neil?
just in the same, you can see the light there, but just in the same process, we're going to update the lighting and run conduit for cameras if necessary, just for CPTED, crime prevention through environmental design, to increase the safety and everything on this bridge to update it.
Great. And do we, I don't know the answer to this, but do we have any kind of data on how often, I mean, how many commutes we get across this bridge? Have we done that at all in the past?
I could probably work with Aaron and Ben over at the MPO and Bike Ped office to get the counts from our annual counts. I think they place some people at that. I don't have those right off.
Okay.
We could get those to you. This is a highly used structure because the only other way to get over from the north side to downtown is under Orange Street, under the underpass of the tracks, and that's not really a desirable experience.
Right. Okay. Thanks. I know that it's highly used. I just didn't know what those numbers were. So
Yeah.
I'd be interested in just knowing that at some point. It's interesting.
Yeah, I'll
that-
get those from Ben and Aaron
Right.
to send over to you.
Right. Because usually there's more use on these bridges than we recognize by, you know, just random observation. Thank you. I'm going to take council questions, and I wasn't totally looking at the order, so I'm going to apologize for that, but I'm going to ask, I know Jordan was up first, so go ahead, and Jordan.
Thanks, I appreciate it. And Neil, thanks for bringing this forward. I was going to ask if we could look into having the automated bike ped counters installed on this bridge deck. I know we oftentimes do that with new construction, and I'm wondering if that could be possible with the retrofit. I don't know. I mean, obviously, don't need an answer now, but could we see if that could be worked into this engineering scope?
Yeah, I think that would be a really feasible part to work into this construction. It's pretty minor. Well, the construction will be a little major, but the working the bike ped counter will be a minor part, and we could probably do that as part of the upgrades to the lighting and the camera portion of that.
Okay, great. What other than CPTED with lighting, are there any other upgrades or changes planned? Anything with the elevators or anything like that?
We are abandoning the old elevators and closing those off a little more. You'll remember that they had elevators when they originally installed, which wasn't the best option in that area. And they've basically been closed down ever since. So we're going to permanently abandon those. And then we're doing some small tweaks to design, especially on the north side, to get people in with bikes and turning radiuses a little better. Just realigning some railings and probably providing a little bulb out to, if you've ever ridden that on a bike, it's kind of a little tight turns and feels like you're doing some chicanes on there. So we're going to try to smooth that out a little and get people in a little safer.
Great, I appreciate it. I have a few comments, but I'll save those until there's a motion.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think I see the order that they came in on. So Jesse, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for being here, Neil. So who originally built this bridge and what year was this thing built? Just out of curiosity.
This was an MRA project. I think it was in the 90s, so 20 plus years ago. I could get you the exact number. I might have it up on one of my memos right here. So while we're talking, I'll see if I can find it.
No, that's fine. I was just wondering if there's any way we could get the person that built it to cover some of these costs, but it sounds like that was quite a while ago. So my next question is, so I think I understand this, but something that you said earlier kind of confused me. So is the $138,000 just for the engineering, or the engineering and the physical repairs?
Just the engineering services. And so what we're looking at is to get a cost estimate to redeck the piers and to do some structural components. And just as a reminder, this is similar to what we are doing currently in town with the Higgins and the Russell and the Madison Bridge, is where, the decking isn't a lifetime use. And so there is structural repairs we can do. And this is like the redecking, similar to Higgins and Madison. So we're redecking those bridges. The structural components are still sound. It's just the decking material.
Okay, follow up, Amber, last one.
Of course, sure.
Awesome. So, and Neil, so final question on this. Why does the Port Parks Department have to pay? Why can't we go to the MRA and grab some of that money?
We've identified this as in the PAM project, the Park Asset Management, and typically as an MRA project, they will build the infrastructure and then we'll continue to maintain it after that. And so this would be the reoccurring cost to maintain the bridge or the infrastructure.
But would we be able to have the MRA pay it?
I think we've looked at it in the past. I don't know if they are able to do. I would have to ask Ellen and double check on what they are able and not able to do on recurring maintenance.
Okay.
And I'm 99% sure that they certainly legally can do this. So I'd like to make an amendment that we take these funds out of the MRA instead of out of the Parks Department.
I don't think we have a motion yet, Jesse. Do we need to, I'm not sure how that would work exactly. Do we need to wait for a motion to make an amendment to that motion?
I think you have to have, Amber, you have to have a motion on the floor, but also I would recommend, I don't think anyone has enough information to even vote on an amendment that Jesse would propose regarding TIF use for ongoing maintenance. So I think between now and when this is heard by full council, there could be some gathering of information to answer that question and flesh it out. Does that make sense, Jesse? I think we need more information because I think an amendment would be premature.
Fair enough.
Yep, that sounds good to me, because I do think we need to see whether that's even a possibility for sure, which we don't know until we do that. But I appreciate that, and there'll be another opportunity for it, Jesse. So I'm going to move on with questions since we don't have a motion yet. Julie, you're next. Julie Merritt, are you there?
Apologize. I made my screen small because I was looking for something else and I couldn't get back to it. And now I've totally forgotten my question.
I'm happy to come back to you if you want to.
I remember it. So does this contract with HDR include them getting bids for the construction work?
Yeah, it's for the design and the bidding of the process, and to let me just open up the scope real quick so I can correctly scroll down and tell you exactly it does not include construction observation, but we would probably do that in-house, or work with them after the fact. But it does provide the bidding of the project. We were ideally supposed, we're approved for fiscal year 21, and our goal was to do it this year, but we just fell behind.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sandra.
Thank you. Is the reason why we're doing the engineering through HDR because they're the ones who originally built or designed the bridge, or have we gotten bids for other engineers to do the engineering for it?
So we did a RFQ for the engineering services. HDR was the original ones that designed the bridge. We've used them in the past to assess the bridge with the galvanized pan. We did do an RFQ. You're not, in the state of Montana, you're not allowed to get proposals for engineering or architectural services. So we can't get an actual, a bid from an engineering. We have to hire them based on qualifications.
Okay, I did not know that. Thank you for informing me.
Heidi.
Hi, thank you. Hopefully my speaker works. It was telling me it wasn't working earlier. So I just wanted to add a little bit of information, and then I have a question. So this was built in 1999. It was a $2.2 million infrastructure project supported by the MRA, obviously. And I do believe that this came out of a TIF district that has sunsetted. So I don't know that we could go back to the MRA for maintenance funds because this isn't currently in a TIF district. So I'll just park that there. My question is around the elevator specifically. I know that I've been approached by some folks in the neighborhood that would like to see some adaptive and creative reuse of that space rather than just blocking it off. I think especially the north side of the bridge has some unique opportunity because it also has water services close by for irrigation of that pocket park. And I think I would encourage, if there is a way to use that space in the future, that is, if we could maybe block it off in a way that isn't permanent. I've heard all sorts of really cool ideas, anything from like opening a micro coffee stand that people can, stop at and buy a cup of coffee on their way to work. And I think that some of those ideas are really cool and potentially feasible. So I just want to put that plug out there. Thank you.
Good idea.
Can I respond to that a little?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Heidi, for looking up the year built and everything. I couldn't find it while I was multitasking, so you're better than I. We have looked at a number of items. The north side over the years has continuously received neighborhood grants for the pocket park on that north side. And they have currently received one, and we kind of told them to hold off on any improvements because we're probably going to have to stage out of there a little. And there's a little landscape area, if y'all aren't familiar, just kind of the northwest of this landing. And so we in the department did not include it in this scope for the engineering services because we could handle the design in the department. And so we'd work with the neighborhood on possibly designing that after the staging for construction is done. And the same thing goes for what is considered the railroad parking lot, or on the south side is doing some improvements over there as part of another city project. And yeah, I think as part of that area where the elevators are is fenced off, but I think we're going to use some of that to create those turning movements for the bicycles. And looking at, permanently abandoning that could create some spaces that are more usable than they are now. So thank you for bringing that up.
That's great. Mirta.
Thanks. I was gonna add the same thing that Heidi mentioned, that this is in a district, a TIF district that has already sunsetted, and I'm pretty sure that maintenance is not one of them used for of TIF funding. And I was gonna make the motion, but I'll defer that to the Ward 1 representative if she wants to.
I didn't even think about that. I guess I would be glad to make the motion.
Okay, we have, thank you. And then we also have Jordan with his hand up.
Thanks. Now that there's a motion, I want to speak to it. I think this is a critical piece of infrastructure. It transports, or it connects an entire neighborhood to our non-motorized system. And it's unfortunate that that it's reached its end of life in terms of the bridge deck, but I am confident that our current parks team leading this overseeing this contract will be able to make sure that we get a product that provides the city value and provides continued longevity of a really important piece of infrastructure. I'm glad to see that we're looking at the fiber reinforced paneling. It's lighter material, or I think I got the acronym wrong, but it's, that material is a lighter material. We've used it on other bridges. It's going to be in use on the Higgins Bridge, and I believe it was used on the Reserve Street pedestrian bridge. And there's a lot of good uses for that in this type of construction. I'm glad that we can look into the pedestrian counters and other modernizations and updates along the way. And I'll close by saying I just got an email from Ellen Buchanan on regard to the questions. I posed 3 questions to her. That first, the north side west side pedestrian bridge was built in the downtown district, which she confirmed. That was District 1, and that district has sunsetted. She also confirmed that MRA or TIF funds cannot be used for maintenance, and that because no maintenance expenses are allowed and the district no longer exists, MRA cannot pay to redeck this bridge. So, thanks. I'm happy to support the motion.
Thank you. I appreciate you looking into that so quickly. And so the motion is on the floor. I do see, Sandy, you have your hand up, but I want to go to public comment first. So could you please put the number back up? We have one person in the waiting room. We'll have the number back up, but the number to call in for public comment is 253-215-8782. And it's participant ID 960-049-3694. You can also leave City Council a voicemail at 552-6012 or email City Council at ci.missoula.mt.us. I'm going to take the public comment, and Sandy, I'll come back to you for your comments after that. Hi, Karen. I think we've got you in the meeting. Did you have a public comment? Hello, Karen.
Karen's an employee for the city.
Oh, she was in the waiting room. Okay, sorry. I thought I knew that name and I couldn't quite. Yeah. Okay, so I don't see anyone else in the waiting room to comment on this. I'm going to take the rest of council comments and I'll be monitoring that. So if anyone does have comments, or public comments, please feel free to call in. Let's just leave the public comment information up there. Sandy, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I was going to vote no until we got until we got a final answer on if TIF can pay for it, but then Ellen did send Jordan that email. So I think that I'm a yes on this, so never mind then.
Okay, it's always good when your question gets answered before you need to vote. So Jesse, your hand's up. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also a yes on this, but at the same time, I would like some further clarification from Ellen on ongoing maintenance. I know that MRA in the past, I'll send some examples, has paid for maintenance of some different projects within TIF districts and repairs to certain infrastructure. So I don't quite understand that. And also, I know that we did shell out over $1 million for a trail system through the fairgrounds that was actually not in a TIF district, but just close to a TIF district. And finally, I mean, another option available before people say that we can't do TIF funds is we can always take a TIF remittance and we do about 400,000, and the city would retain about 138,000 of that, and then the county and the schools, which are struggling on revenue because of COVID, could get an extra little bonus. So I am sure the MRA will use that 138 grand for good use. So I am a yes, but also would like clarification on that.
Okay, thank you. Julie.
A couple of things. The trail at the fairgrounds was immediately adjacent to an active TIF district, was the reasoning for putting TIF money into that. Sadly, this the north side west side pedestrian bridge is not anywhere even close to a district. It was in Urban Renewal District 1, which sunset several years ago. And the concept that a remittance is a boon to the schools is actually a fallacy, because the amount of money that the schools can spend is capped. And when they got their remittance from us in the past, it doesn't actually increase the amount of money that they can spend. So it's their funding formula is so much more complicated than that. It doesn't just end up being a boon to the schools. So just wanted to clarify those items.
Thank you. I appreciate that information. Gwen, go ahead.
Just a further clarification, with the trail system at the fairground, I believe the rationale is it's actually connecting a TIF district. And if you look, the fairground was bordered on both sides by the TIF district, so that was a connector. And Jesse, you should sit down and talk to Ellen if you have some questions regarding how all of this works. I know she's very available.
Thank you. I'm going to take one more quick comment from John Contos, and then I'm going to take a vote because we are running out of time. John, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm wondering if we've looked for other ways to pay for this other than the city. I just don't feel comfortable with HDR designing this and it only lasting 20 years, and also the construction company. It just seems that should have lasted a little bit longer. So I'll probably be voting no on this.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anyone in the waiting room, so I am going to go ahead and take a roll call vote. I don't think Stacy is still here, but I'll call it anyway. Anderson? She's not present. Becerra?
Yes.
Contos?
No.
Harp?
Yes.
Hess?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Merritt?
Yes.
Ramos?
Yes.
Cheryl's voting yes. Vasika?
Yes.
Von Lossberg, I think, is absent. West?
Yes.
Okay, so that passes. And John, are you okay with this being on the consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So that does pass. That will go on the consent agenda. We have no one in the waiting room, and we have no further items to discuss. So I am going to end the Parks and Conservation meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks all.
Thanks, Neil. Can I get a little guidance on how to make Gwen, I think Gwen's up next, the chair, a co-host, and change myself to not being a host?
I'll go ahead and do that real fast for you.
Okay, and will you just take me off as a co-host so I can raise my hand if I have questions?
Will do.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Yep, I'm ready.
I'm just checking this for reverb. Everything sounds good.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good.
Great. One.
I hate eating on video, but I'm going to have to do it, I think.
Seems like it's a tight day. You have to do what you have to do.
Exactly. I'll try to lean back from my screen so you guys don't get a close-up shot.
That's not going to work. Use the napkin.
Yeah, it is a long day today, 6 hours. 6 hours of committee meetings.
I didn't realize that. I didn't have to know that.
At least it's not 1 6-hour meeting. That would be really brutal.
That's true. Gwen, do you know, is Lori Davidson a participant?
I believe she will be, or else giving public comment. She's with Missoula Housing Authority. So yes, I'm letting her in.
Okay, I'll admit her.
You must be sitting outside, Julie.
Yeah, it's too cold in our downstairs. I had to come outside and get some sunshine.
Yeah.
Sitting still and it being cool down there. I feel like I want to go put on a heavy sweater or something. I'm like, it's way too nice.
So Gwen, whenever you're ready, I have everything up and running here.
How many people do I have? Okay. All right, good afternoon. We're going to call Administration and Finance City Council Committee to order for July 15th, 2020. Before doing roll call, as people get back online, I wanted to first of all put the information for public comment. If you could put that slide up, Kirsten. We are doing a virtual meeting today due to the pandemic. So if you want to call in for public comment on any item not on the agenda or any of the items that are on our agenda, the telephone number is 253-215-8782. And the meeting ID that you then need to put in is 960-049-3694. And please mute your device so that you can hear us when we ask you for public comment. After doing roll call, we will ask for public comment on items not on the agenda. So please call in now if you want to give that. And then we will, throughout the meeting, we have numerous items today, be calling for public comment. Okay, so Kirsten, could you do roll call, please?
I sure will. It looks like Stacy Anderson is out for the afternoon. Is that correct, Anderson?
I believe that's
correct. Becerra?
Here.
Contos?
Here.
Hart?
Present.
Hess?
Present.
Jones is here. Merritt?
Present.
It looks like Ramos also stepped out for the afternoon.
I believe so.
Cheryl?
Present.
Basika?
Present.
And Von Lossberg is out for the day. And West?
Present.
Okay.
Great, thank you. So we have a quorum. We have minutes from the July 8th, 2020 meeting. Were there any changes to those minutes? Seeing none, those will stand approved. And is there any public comment on items not on the agenda? And Kirsten, I am not seeing anyone in the waiting room. Let me know if you see otherwise.
I do not.
Okay, thank you. We will move on to our first item of business is the appointment to the Downtown Business Improvement District Board on the recommendation of the mayor as a mayoral appointment of Karen Sippy. Do we have anyone here to speak to that today? And seeing none, I will just speak briefly to it. So the Downtown Business Improvement District Board is a board made up of people who are located within the downtown district. And my understanding is the mayor has appointed Karen Sippy for a vacancy. I'm looking for a motion or a question. So Jordan and then Mirta.
I think that my colleague in Ward 2 was preparing to make the same motion, but I would be glad to make the motion supporting Karen's appointment. Karen is an incredibly intelligent, dedicated public servant. She serves as the head of Trees for Missoula. She volunteers tirelessly with our Parks Department. She also happens to own a really nice new building in downtown Missoula where the Radius Art Gallery is located and has a great perspective on downtown business and culture and arts and everything. She's got great perspective on green infrastructure, and she's will serve this board really well. So I would be glad to make the motion.
Thank you for that motion. That motion is in order. And Mirta.
Yeah, I echo everything that Jordan just said. I would also like to add that it's really important to have gender diversity on any board, and the BID certainly could benefit from that perspective. And I too think that Karen has an incredible capacity to think beyond just one area of the community. She serves on a number of boards and commissions and brings a diverse area of expertise and community engagement. So I'm happy to support that motion.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands up, I'll just speak briefly to it. Karen Sippy works very, very hard for this community. And I think she would be a great representative on the BID. So we will take public comment on this motion that is in order, and I'll read the number off again. You think I'd have it memorized by now? And if you want to post that again, Kristen. Phone number is 253-215-8782. Meeting ID is 960-049-3694. If you have public comment, please call in. I'll give it a few seconds here. I am not seeing anyone in the waiting room. So, Kirsten, if you could do a roll call vote on item 3.1, appointment to the Downtown Business Improvement District Board. I'd appreciate it.
Yes, Becerra.
Yes.
Becerra votes yes. Contos?
Yes.
Contos votes yes. Harp?
Yes.
Harp votes yes. Hess?
Yes.
Hess votes yes. Jones?
Yes.
Jones votes yes. Merritt?
Yes.
Merritt votes yes. Cheryl? Cheryl?
Sorry, my space bar is not working. Yes.
Cheryl votes yes. Vasika?
Yes.
Vasika votes yes. And West? West?
Sorry, the unmuting. Yes.
West votes yes.
Thank you.
Just a moment while it tallies.
I'm sorry, Kirsten, did you say the tally?
I was waiting for the computer to tally it. It's 9 yeses.
Okay, so that will go on the consent agenda. Thank you. I feel we're in slow mo. Oh, hang on one moment. Mr. Mayor, you were in the meeting, and we just finalized the BID appointment of Karen Sippy, but nonetheless, since you're here, you want to speak to that? Or are you here on a different item? All right, well, we're just going to move forward. Not sure what's going on there. The second item we have is 3.2, Allegiance Health Benefit Administrative Services Agreement. A referral from Mike Brady, our risk manager. And Mr. Brady, are you here to present on this, or is someone else here to present on this?
Gwen, this is Dale Bickle. I'm pinch hitting for Mike.
Thank you.
Dale Bickle, Chief Administrative Officer. Before you is the renewal of the contract for administrative services for our health plan with Allegiance Benefit Plan Management. They've been the longtime benefit administrators for the city. They charge us the biggest portion of their fees are related to the per member per month fee, which is being moved from $18.35 per employee per month, to $19, is about a 3% increase. Total cost of the plan is about $4,000, and this would renew them for this coming year. And for the two other, and guaranteed for, and these rates won't be increased in the subsequent 2 years as well, excuse me.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Bickle regarding the administrative services agreement for health insurance benefits? Seeing none, I am looking for a motion then.
I'll make the recommended motion. Oh, sorry, Amber.
That's all right. Thank you, Sandy. We'll go with it. That's excellent. The motion is on the floor. Are there any comments on the motion? Seeing none, we will, let's post that public comment screen again, Kirsten, and I'll read the number off and we will ask for public comment on this motion. The phone number for public comment is 215-8782. The meeting ID is 960-049-3694. If anyone wants to give public comment on this item, please call in. I am not seeing anyone in the waiting room. So we will go forward with a roll call vote. Except for my lights going out. Thank you. Kirsten?
Yes. Becerra?
Yes.
Becerra votes yes. Contos?
Yes.
Contos votes yes. Harp?
Yes.
Harp votes yes. Hess?
Yes.
Hess votes yes. Jones?
Yes.
Jones votes yes. Merritt?
Yes.
Merritt votes yes. Cheryl?
Yes.
Cheryl votes yes. Vasika?
Yes.
Vasika votes yes. And West?
Yes.
West votes yes. We have 9 yeses.
Excellent, thank you. That will go onto the consent agenda. And if you want to take that slide down on public comment info, thank you. Okay, item 3.3 is the Community Development Block Grant Home and Coronavirus, the CARES Act award agreements, trying to condense this down. We have already heard this in council, and this is, I think, the final bite at the apple, just after all final numbers were put down in the documents. So do we have someone here to present on this? Karen.
Yeah, hi Glenn. I'm Karen Gaswato with Housing and Community Development. And on June 25th, Housing and Community Development received a final agreement from HUD for CARES Act CDBG CV projects. And on July 7th, we received a final agreement from HUD for the CDBG and home projects with approval of the annual action plan. You have already seen the projects and the annual action plan, which you approved on June 15th. I am here to ask for City Council's approval for the mayor to sign resolution that will allow us to contract for all of the approved projects. The resolution is to award Home Investment Partnership Program, Community Development Block Grant, and CARES Act Community Development Block Grant funds to certain organizations and directing staff to negotiate contracts and agreements with said organizations.
Thank you, Karen. And just as you said, we did hear this substantively before. This is the formality to finalize everything now. Brian von Lossberg, who's the president of council, sits on the committee that went through all of this for hours and hours and got it to this point. He spoke to it back in June, if you recall. Do we have any questions for Karen on this item? Heidi.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to let everyone know on the record that I will be recusing myself from voting on this item since the NMCDC is who I work for and also a recipient of a CDBG grant. So thank you.
Thank you. And we still have a quorum. Amber.
I'm just happy to make the recommended motion if we're ready for that.
Great, thank you. Are there any other? Heidi, did I just not take your hand down or did you have another comment? Nope, your hand is down. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Then we will go to public comment on this item. If you could post that again, Kirsten. And I will read off the number to call in. It's 253-215-8782. Meeting ID is 960-049-3694. And if anyone has public comment, I'm looking to let you in for public comment. I'm not seeing anyone. Amber, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I had a comment. I want to reiterate that we got to ask questions about this and saw this full proposal already in committee. But also I'm wondering, is this on the Engage Missoula website? I mean, could people track this and, see it through there? Because I think since we're not reviewing all the questions today, it might be nice if anyone's watching and they're interested in, learning more about this because it's a really great thing.
Yes, it was posted on the engagemissoula.com website, and it is also posted, the action plan with these projects is posted on the Housing and Community Development website as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no public comment, seeing no other questions or comment from council, we will do a roll call vote. Kirsten.
Becerra.
Yes.
Becerra votes yes. Contos.
Yes.
Contos votes yes. Hart.
Yes.
Hart votes yes. Hess.
Yes.
Hess votes yes. Jones.
Yes.
Jones votes yes. Merritt.
Yes.
Merritt votes yes. Cheryl.
Yes.
Cheryl votes yes. Vasika.
Yes.
Vasika votes yes. And confirmation that West is abstaining.
Yes.
Yes. So 9 yeses and 1 abstention. Or I'm sorry, 8 yeses and 1 abstention.
Thanks for the clarification. That will go on the consent agenda. I appreciate that. The next item is 3.4, the interlocal agreement with Missoula County regarding expenditures for due diligence on the potential acquisition of the federal building. And we have John Adams here to present on that today. Good afternoon, John.
Having me. Kirsten, I've got a few slides. Do you want to drive those or should I share screen?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I don't have access to the slides.
Okay.
So if you could share your screen, that'd be great.
Sure, I will try to do that. So my name's John Adams. I'm a Grants Administrator 3 in the Office of Housing and Community Development. And I'm the project manager for potential acquisition of the Missoula Federal Building. In front of us today, we have an interlocal agreement with, with Missoula County. The interlocal agreement would provide the structure to do due diligence evaluating the potential acquisition of the federal building at 200 East Broadway. So for background, the city's population has doubled since 1969 when we built City Hall, and it's going to triple in the foreseeable future, or have tripled in the foreseeable future.
John, I'm having a bit of a hard time hearing you. If you can just maybe get a little bit closer to the computer, thanks.
All right, you've got a trade-off there with more screen of me then, but I'll try.
We're looking at the PowerPoint. It's all right.
Okay. The city's population has doubled since City Hall was constructed in 1969 and will have tripled in the next couple of decades. The city needs more space in order to better and more efficiently serve the public and to provide the service that they merit and expect. The strategic plan called that out. The strategic plan calls for us to solve space needs across departments to better serve residents and to work with federal partners to explore the acquisition of Missoula's federal building to meet current and future space needs. So we've been working with Missoula County, the General Services Administration, and the Montana Congressional Delegation to do just that. And we need to take the next steps. For background on the federal building, it's about 128,000 square feet. And we have the potential to acquire it at no cost with a commitment to maintain it as a National Historic Monument. So potentially acquiring the federal building gives us the opportunity to preserve something really important, to fill 100,000 vacant square feet downtown, to build synergy with the county and interdepartmentally within the city. So it's a potentially amazing opportunity, but in order to take the next steps, we need to do due diligence. Diligence, I would use as an umbrella to describe two main things. One is to do a deep dive on the federal building, to estimate the costs of renovation, operations and maintenance. It needs to be ADA accessible. It needs to be publicly accessible. We need to think about how transportation and potentially parking would work and how we would share the space, what kinds of necessary things, what things would be necessary to make the space functional for the city and the county and to create that synergy that we hope for. So that's one piece of due diligence. And the second would be to evaluate the costs and benefits of potential acquisition against other potential space needs solutions. There's going to be a bunch of moving parts if we proceed with this. So for example, think about what happens with City Hall if we move many of the city functions over into the federal building. Or alternatively, if we don't acquire the federal building, given that we have an urgent need for more space right now, how are we going to solve those problems? So I don't want to come to you in a year or so and give you, or longer, I should say, and give you just kind of, here's what it would be to cost to get the federal building. We need to think more broadly about how we're going to solve our space needs. So that's the deal. The current decision is just whether to approve the interlocal agreement with Missoula County to conduct that due diligence to evenly split those costs with Missoula County. And then if we do that and proceed as I hope we will, that will inform future city decisions regarding whether we actually shall, in the end, try to acquire the federal building and what it would look like or how we would best utilize it.
Thank you, John. Heidi, you had a question?
Yeah, I have just a question about obviously the one thing that the public interfaces with that is in the federal building currently is the post office. Is the plan for the post office to relocate or to co-occupy the space in the long run under this scenario?
Yeah, it's a great question, Heidi. We will need to navigate that with the post office, but the city and the county so far, our feeling is that it's the perfect location for a U.S. Postal Service office, and we would like them to remain even as we take control of the building.
Thank you.
Thank you. Julie, and then Amber.
Yeah, thanks for this presentation, John, and I'm interested in how this process moves forward. I definitely have concerns based on the date of construction of that building that is pretty likely that we're going to find some environmental concerns of lead paint, asbestos, and if the due diligence turns up those types of things that need to be mitigated, who will bear the cost of doing that mitigation?
It's a great question, and it's not totally clear. We're going to have a conversation with GSA if, in fact, I mean, those are the same sorts of concerns that we need to investigate, right, and put numbers on. And I think when we investigate and we find there is problem X or there is problem Y, we're going to have to open up a discussion with GSA or potentially other federal partners and try to figure out how we could best address those without simply taking on the cost ourselves.
Thank you. Amber, you had a question.
Yeah, actually, Julie kind of touched on one of my questions, but I'm curious if you know, we would be responsible for the cost to maintain it as a National Historic Monument. Like, do you have any sense? I don't know what that really means, and some idea of what kind of the additional cost long term would be to keep it at that. Is there a certain level? Like, can you just speak to that more of what that means?
Yeah, so part of what we're going to do with the due diligence, or hope to do, is to investigate exactly that. What we will end up doing is signing an agreement with the National Park Service. The National Park Service is responsible for national historic monuments and for historic preservation standards in this country. So they've got a set of published standards, the Secretary of Interior's something or other, and we would need to meet those standards. They typically call for preservation of the historically significant aspects of a building. So it's not a restriction like you can't do anything or you have to do X, Y, or Z, so much as it's, look, these are the things that are worth preserving and need to be preserved. How are you going to work around that? If you need to build a new elevator to ensure ADA access to the third floor, how are we going to make sure that works with the facade? So things like that. It's not necessarily a it's not necessarily a substantial new cost. It definitely does, though, impose some limits on the things you can and should do. And so again, that's part of what we would do with the due diligence, is a game out exactly what restrictions we would face, or what opportunities we would have, and how we would navigate them and what they would cost.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
Heidi.
So I have a question, I guess, about some of the larger community goals that we've established for our community. Some of them being, I guess, like energy goals and zero waste goals. And I'm wondering how, I know currently the building is being heated, obviously to maintain it, but it's largely unoccupied, which is it seems like a considerable waste of energy. And I'm wondering how maybe those aspects of the project that maybe meet larger community goals are going to be quantified, because there's more to it, I think, than just the financial price tag of this project.
Yeah, we're going to have to incorporate those into that evaluation. We have actually flown a request for qualifications for the consultant that would help us achieve these things. And we included reference to the city's and the county's sustainability and energy sustainability plans, and advised potential respondents that we would need to incorporate those larger plans, as well as the downtown master plan and other planning documents that guide the city into whatever sort of renovation and or space needs plan we develop out of this.
Thank you, John. And thanks, Heidi, for raising that issue, that our sustainability goals are really important. This is an older building. It's going to take people rolling up their shirt sleeves and figuring out how to make it work. But in the back of my mind, I think the location in downtown Missoula is amazing. To be in the same physical structure as county local government would be fantastic. And preserving a beautiful historic monument in downtown Missoula is a very high value. So lots of things going on, and I don't know that this will be easy, but I think it's a really amazing project and goal for the city of Missoula to go down this road. Not to mention, we get it for free if we get it. So that's a pretty good price there. Okay, I am looking for a motion, Merta, or comment or question. Ms. Becerra.
Happy to make the motion, but I also wanted to comment that yes, we're getting it at a very good price. So even if we have to do a lot of remodeling and accommodations, I think it's worth it. I also wanted to mention that the National Park Service and Historic Preservation has a number of funding sources that can help with projects like this one. So tapping into some of those grants and funding sources will be, I think it will help to alleviate a little bit the cost on Missoula's city budget. And also, I remember attending a conference or I think it was a conference not that long ago in downtown where there's an incredible amount of data that shows that even an older building such as this one is environmentally friendlier than, or the impacts on the environment are significantly lower than building from scratch. So happy that we can retain not only the building for the historical purposes of it, but also because of the environment, for the environmental benefits that it presents. Thank you.
Thanks, Merta. That motion is on the floor, and to just follow up on that theme, I would highlight the fact that the city of Missoula has a historic preservation officer, Emmy Shearer, who is highly knowledgeable, very passionate, and really smart. So having that kind of resource as we navigate taking over possibly the federal building, I think we'll be able to pull a lot of those threads together. I am not seeing any other hands raised, so let's go to public comment on this item, the due diligence interlocal agreement on the federal building. Thank you, Kirsten, for posting that. And the phone number to call in is 253-215-8782. Meeting ID is 960-049-3694. If anyone has public comment on this item, please call in. I'm not seeing anyone. So Kirsten, we will go to a roll call vote on this item. And thank you, John, for your work.
Becerra.
Yes.
Becerra votes yes. Contos.
Yes.
Contos votes yes. Hart.
Yes.
Hart votes yes. Hess.
Yes.
Hess votes yes. Jones.
Yes.
Jones votes yes. Merritt.
Yes.
Merritt votes yes. Cheryl.
Yes.
Cheryl votes yes. Vasika.
Yes.
Vasika votes yes. And West.
Yes.
West votes yes. That's 9 yeses.
Thank you. That can go onto the consent agenda. And we have 2 more items that I'm going to put together, 3.5 and 3.6. They're on the Bellagio. One is the Affordable Housing Development Contract, and one is the benefit tax exemption. The first one is authorizing a contract for signature. The second one is setting a public hearing on whether the Bellagio Affordable Housing Development meets a community housing need. We've done that in the past for other items that have gotten certain types of affordable housing funding. So with everyone's permission, I'm going to put those 2 items together so that when I call for public comment, you don't have to hear me read that phone number off twice, and we will streamline it a little bit. And good afternoon. We have some people here to present. Erin and Keenan, it looks like.
Good afternoon. My name is Erin Pahan, and I'm the Director of the Office of Housing and Community Development. As Council Member Jones mentioned, we have 2 items on the agenda today regarding the Bellagio development: a request to schedule a public hearing to determine community benefit, and a contract to provide a loan through our federal entitlement dollars. With your permission, Councilmember Jones, I may switch those and cover the public hearing piece first, because I think we'll get the bulk of the information out during that conversation.
Great,
and be able to quickly do the contract. So through the utilization of the low-income housing tax credits, this unique partnership will bring over 200 permanently affordable rental homes to individuals and families in Missoula. It's worth noting that the Bellagio, similar to the Trinity development, which Council recently spent some time reviewing as well, this project will be utilizing 4% tax credits, which are non-competitive but require the construction of a large number of homes to financially work. The purpose of the requested public hearing is to gather feedback regarding whether or not the Bellagio development meets a need within our community, whether it provides a public or a community benefit. Demonstration of a public or community benefit is a necessary component that allows the project to qualify as tax exempt as permanent affordable housing. So as a reminder, Council is required to take no action during the public hearing. The role of Council is to receive comments that will be provided to the developer, who will then submit them to the Department of Revenue with their tax exempt application. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Keenan Witt with Blue Line Development to share a bit with Council about the project.
Hi. All right, I'm Keenan Witt. I'm going to share my screen or sorry guys, 2 seconds. Aaron, we have to, hold on, I think I got it here.
Yep, looks good.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that, guys. Whoops. All right, everybody can see it?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, Bellagio is a partnership between Blue Line Development and the Housing Authority and Madison Crossing LLC. Madison Crossing is a for-profit developer, real estate development company in town. This is an example of a creative partnership in order to put affordable homes in Missoula. So Madison Crossing had this parcel over on the corner of Otis and Shakespeare. We partnered with the Housing Authority Blue Line and submitted this 4% application. Blue Line Development is the development consultant, Encompass Design, our architect, and Dick Anderson Construction is our contractor. So again, 200 homes, corner of Otis and Shakespeare. It's a mix of 2, 3s, and 4-bedroom homes. 32 project-based vouchers for very low-income families have been committed by the Housing Authority. There'll be a community building and an on-site manager. The total project cost for this is about $55 million at this point. Here's our funding, our capital stack. These are all committed sources at this point. We have state home funds, 2018 and 2019 city home funds. We have TIF funds. We have a rather large deferred developer fee, which is allowable under the 4% tax credit program. And then you'll see the debt financing, which consists of the construction loan and the permanent financing on the deal, which makes it all feasible. This is our project site. As you can see, we've had to contend with that very large hillside in the back that goes up to I-90, which makes the site rather a challenge to develop. But our architects have been creative and found a way to organize 200 homes on this parcel. This is our site plan. We have 2 buildings. They consist of 5 stories and then underground parking. Again, in order to mitigate our development costs, we wanted to stay out of that hillside. So we've situated those buildings towards the south end, or the front of the site up on Otis. We also have in the plan to reconfigure Otis and Shakespeare to repave, curb, gutter. Of course, that's the tax increment financing included there. Just a rendering of what the site might look like or will look like at the end of the day. Construction will begin in spring of 2021. It's a 20-month construction schedule, and we anticipate it to be fully leased by the fall of 2022. And that is my presentation for you.
Thank you. Great. Are there questions? This is a complicated deal that gets put together, and so it comes periodically to council for when we have a nexus. We have Ms. Vasika.
Yes, thank you. Are we voting on this before the end of the public hearing?
So we have 2 items on this. We have one, approving and authorizing a contract regarding the home investment, but then also we're setting a public hearing on August 3rd. So we are voting on setting a public hearing, but then at the public hearing, we will vote on whether there's community need or not. Does that answer your question?
Kind of. On the, I guess on the schedule, it said that, let me get that pulled up. It says, so we are approving the contract, and then, so that's going to be a vote, and then we're also voting on setting the public hearing.
And if I could just clarify, the public hearing, there's actually no action that occurs at the public hearing. The purpose of the public hearing is merely to provide the jurisdictional requirement to gather information, and then the notes from that public meeting are provided to the developer to submit with their application to the Department of Revenue. And so there will be no vote associated with the public hearing, but the next request that we will discuss will be a request to approve and authorize a contract which would award a loan from home funds. And we can move into that topic if folks are ready, or if there are other questions regarding the community benefit piece, we could address those first.
Why don't we have questions on community benefit? And thank you for clarifying that, Erin. I have known that in the past and needed a refresher there. Heidi, did you have a question? You're muted, Heidi.
All day long. I don't have a question, but was wondering if you were ready for a motion.
So we have heard, Erin, you have presented on the community housing need public hearing, correct?
Correct.
So yes, I will take, well, I want to do all of the motions at the end. So how about we just hold off for a second? Well, let's just do questions to Aaron right now on the community housing need public hearing scenario. Amber, did you have questions?
I don't know if this question goes specifically to that, but I'm just curious about any mountain lion service out there. Has there been any conversations with regard, and I don't know exactly where the best route is over there. So could you just speak to that? I think it's an exciting project though.
There's actually 2 stops within reasonable walking distance from the site. So that's one of the things that we have to look at in order to score for our tax credits is the walkability and transportation needs of the population that will live there eventually. So yeah, that's, and also with the environmental review process that HUD requires, again, that has to be vetted, what is in the immediate vicinity for the benefit of the tenants.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Seeing no other questions at this time, why don't we go on to the second topic, the contract. Why don't you present on that, Erin?
Perfect. So as Keenan mentioned in her presentation, this is a project that meets the goals outlined in our adopted housing policy to support low-income housing tax credit development and to partner with community organizations like Blue Line Development and Missoula Housing Authority to create true deed-restricted, permanent, affordable housing in our community. In addition, it's an implementation step. As an implementation step in our adopted housing policy, it also meets the goals that are outlined in the City of Missoula's 2020 through 2023 strategic plan, which we recently presented to City Council. So as such, the Office of Housing and Community Development, through our federal entitlement dollars, has provided a loan to the developers of over $1 million to support construction activity. This loan comes in the form of 2 annual action plans that you have seen come in front of you. One would be the 2019 annual action plan, and the other would be the 2020 annual action plan. So this represents 2 years of awards that we have made to the Bellagio LLLP, which is the tax credit entity that will be borrowing these funds. We're now bringing the contract to you because the project is ready to proceed. And as Ms. Witt outlined, they have the project fully funded. We typically wait until a project has received full funding before we enter into contract, because that gives us a sense of surety that the project is going to proceed and is going to be completed. And so we're here before you today to ask that you approve and authorize a contract with Bellagio LLLP for the expenditure of $1,095,000 in home investment partnership funds for the construction of permanently affordable rental homes. This is a loan to the developer that will be paid back annually over the course of a 41-year term. And these funds, when repaid, will go into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which will make them available for other entities who are engaging in the creation of permanent affordable housing as well.
Great, thank you. Okay, so as for the contract issue, do we have any questions? Sandra, I see your hand up.
Yes, so this is a loan. What are what's the interest rate on this loan that we'll be receiving back?
So we're actually not charging interest on this loan. It's a 0 interest loan and provides the developer the ability to maximize the low-income housing tax credits without creating a financing structure that jeopardizes the financial feasibility of the project. And so our calculation, we underwrite every project that applies for funding to determine if the project can carry a loan or if the project needs to be awarded a grant. In this instance, we determined through that underwriting that the project could carry a loan, but that adding an interest rate to that loan would create enough additional permanent debt that the project wouldn't be feasible. And so we did not assess an interest rate to this loan.
I have a follow-up if that's all right.
Go ahead.
Blank. Oh, so what are the implications to the city's budget with this?
Yeah, that's a great question. There are no implications to the city budget. And so these funds come from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. There are federal entitlement dollars, which City Council has the opportunity to review through the annual action plan, which is a process that you recently participated in with Karen Gasfoda, similar to the first item on our agenda today in terms of the resolution to fund those programs. And so these are dollars that must be spent on the construction or the acquisition of permanent affordable housing in our community. They cannot be spent on anything besides that, and they are not general fund taxpayer dollars or a specific allocation from the Department of Housing and Urban Development for this type of activity.
Can I have one more follow-up?
Go ahead.
So so this is coming from the Fed, so it's federal entitlement dollars. And so that money originally originated from, I guess, everyone's income taxes that they file every year. Or am I wrong with that?
Yeah, so these would come from likely federal income tax dollars, correct?
Okay, thank you very much.
Great. Okay, any other questions for our presenters today regarding these two topics? Seeing none. Heidi, were you interested in making motions? Oh, you're muted. They don't count until you speak.
Yeah, I would love to make the recommended motions for both of these items. And if I'd like to speak to it briefly. Also, I live on a busy street and I was tired of sitting in my bedroom. So if there's noise, I'm sorry. I just, first of all, I want to say thank you to all the folks that are working on this project. I think LIHTC projects are obviously the primary way that we as a country develop affordable housing. And I think that we are very fortunate in our community to have some mission-driven, Missoula-based people who are willing to build projects that can be the best that they are within the constraints that they have. I know that 200 units is a lot. I live right down the street from where this is going to be built. And, you know, as expected, I think there are concerns around traffic, especially on Scott Street, that will result from this density. But that being said, I think everyone is super aware within, you know, our city administration and staff, as well as the folks that are building this out, that these are issues that come along with density and are working to find solutions. This isn't happening in a vacuum. Other growth is planned for this area and all of it will have to be accommodated. And I also think that this is a really great location for this project. It's so hard to find land that's not already occupied, that's also close to downtown or services in general, close to a school, close to a hospital. And we know that location is key in affordable housing because there are other costs associated with where we live, like transportation. Yeah, so I'm happy to make the motion and happy to see this project happening in my neighborhood. And I will put a push out there for some equity in what neighborhoods absorb affordable housing projects because the north side and west side is certainly seeing most of it. There's reasons for that, but I'm happy that it is happening and that it's happening here.
Great, thank you, Heidi, and thanks for the message there. Are there any other comments or questions, either of these two items? And we have two motions that are on the floor that are in order. Okay, see no other comments. We will go to public comment for both of these items. Thank you, Kirsten. And the number to phone in on is 253-215-8782, and the meeting ID is 960-049-3694. And I also did want to note that Lori Davidson, looks like you were in the meeting. And Lori, did you want to comment at all?
No, not at this moment. Just hopeful that these will pass because they're pretty critical for the success of the project. And we too think it's going to be an excellent project. We're working closely with the city and all the other entities involved to make sure that we're addressing the issues that might be of concern to people. But what you're voting on today is a very critical part of making this project work. So thank you all for your thoughtfulness and for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Lori. And I am not seeing anyone in the waiting room to give public comment. So Kirsten, I think we need to do roll call votes on each individual item.
Combining the votes on both of the motions.
I'm sorry.
Sarah?
I'm sorry. I think we should split them out, actually.
Split them out? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's take the vote. The order they're in on the agenda is contract first. Do you want to go in that order?
Yes, that would be. Thank you.
So the vote on the contract, Becerra?
Yes.
Yeah, Becerra votes yes. Contos?
Yes.
Contos votes yes. Hart?
Yes.
Hart votes yes. Hess?
Yes.
Hess votes yes. Jones?
Yes.
Jones votes yes. Merritt?
Yes.
Merritt votes yes. Cheryl?
Yes.
Cheryl votes yes. Basika?
Yes.
Basika votes yes. And West?
Yes.
West votes yes. That's 9 yeses on the contract. It'll take just a moment so I can move over to the setting the public hearing.
Thank you. And that can go on the consent agenda 3.5.
The motion on setting the public hearing, Becerra?
Yes.
Becerra votes yes. Contos?
Yes.
Contos votes yes. Hart?
Yes.
Hart votes yes. Hess?
Yes.
Hess votes yes. Jones?
Yes.
Jones votes yes. Merritt?
Yes.
Merritt votes yes. Cheryl?
Yes.
Cheryl votes yes. Basika?
Yes.
Basika votes yes. And West?
Yes.
West votes yes. That's 9 yeses.
Thank you. That will also go on the consent agenda for setting the public hearing on August 3rd, 2020. Thank you, everyone. This was a packed ANF meeting, but I appreciate the good questions and comment, and we are done. We have a budget committee of the whole meeting at 2 o'clock, so stay tuned. And we are adjourned for ANF. Thank you.
Kathy, I'm receiving a message on my screen that you're trying to talk, but I am not hearing you. If you are trying to talk, maybe use the chat box and let me know.
I am not.
Oh, okay, I can hear you now. Gwen, eScribe is ready when you are.
Thank you so much. It is 1 minute after 2 o'clock, so if people will turn on their video screens and I can see you, we will get started. Good afternoon. I'm going to call the City of Missoula Budget Committee of the Whole to order. We're meeting on July 15th, 2020. Before taking roll call, I'm going to put the information up for public comment on items not on the agenda. And Kirsten, if you could put that screen up. And if people want to have public comment on items not on the agenda, this is the same information as for ultimately the items that are on our agenda. So please take note. The telephone number to call is 253-215-8782. Meeting ID number is 960-049-3694. And so please call in and mute the device that you are on so that when we let you in for comment, we can hear you. And finally, why don't you just leave that up, Kirsten? And if you could do roll call, then we'll call for public comment after that and move forward.
I believe Anderson's still out for the afternoon.
Correct.
Becerra.
Present.
Contos.
Here.
Hart.
Present.
Hess.
Present.
Jones.
Present.
Merritt.
Here.
Ramos is also out for the afternoon. Cheryl.
Present.
Basika.
Present.
Von Lossberg is out, and West.
Present.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. And if anyone is calling in for public comment, I'm looking for you. I'm not seeing anyone yet. So we will we'll go forward. Thank you, Kirsten. You can take that down now. We have minutes.
I believe we also have some minutes.
Yep, that's what I'm going into right now. Okay. So we have minutes from the July 8th, 2020 meeting. Were there any changes to those minutes? Seeing none, those will stand approved. All right, thank you so much. And we will go forward with our committee business. We are working on fiscal year 2021 budget. Lee, do you want to? Oh, hold on a second. I think we might have a public comment. So just a second. Hit pause. Caller, are you here for public comment on the Budget Committee of the Whole? If so, caller ending in number 2714, you are on the air. You need to unmute yourself though. Okay, can you hear us now? Okay. Thank you. 2714. Did you have a comment on an item not on the agenda for today? Public comment.
I believe so. It's related to the budget. I couldn't quickly enough pull up the budget agenda item, so apologies.
If you want
yeah, hi. My name is Blaine.
State your name and then your comment. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Blaine. I just want to say I definitely appreciate the video capabilities that have been put into the other meetings. It would be cool if they could get into some of these as well, but also just very clear that I do appreciate that. Yeah, my comment today is regarding the budget items in the police budget, and I just wanted to point out some specifics and just say that in terms of how we are justifying police hires currently, it's a little unclear about the justifications in that most recently it's very clear that we are responding to increase in service calls for service burden. No doubt in 17 we saw a 10,000 increase between 2016 and 2017. However, in the previous years of 2013, 14, and 15, we also hired officers with no significant increase in service calls. So some clarification around if we've really just shifted to that area. And then also I want to say that if we are going to shift to justifying police hires through increase in calls for service, which it seems we are, I would just like to request that those calls for service, the data must be thoroughly scrutinized, transparent, made easily accessible to the public. Because as of now, basically, as a layperson, there's just clearly a 10,000 increase in call for service, and there is no breakdown of where that 10,000 falls in. And I also say that that increase has been noted to me as something that is the result of spending cuts at the state level, and I'm finding that hard to substantiate, because if that was the case, then you could very likely see relative increases in other municipalities across the state. However, I've found no evidence of that. So unfortunately, only Butte and Billings, or Butte and Bozeman, have calls for service data in their budgets, and you can see no noticeable increase across the years of 2017 to 2018. And so as of now, I'm still in the dark as to where the 10,000 and supposedly now 20,000 increase of calls for service is coming from.
Thank you.
Just one hopefully quick point. To a larger point, I think one thing that we all agree on is that our police currently are acting as backstops, or filling in roles that they shouldn't be filling in on. And I think that we all agree with that. And that what I wanna push for is that if this is the case, if our police are filling in for and being hired in more amounts because we are failing our communities in social services, then we have to equally commit that amount of money, and hopefully more, to other services that we are already funding, but we need to aggressively fund them now and into the future. And otherwise, we need to acknowledge that we are explicitly and involved in expanding upon the mass criminalization of our community members. So thank you for your time, and goodbye.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Okay, seeing no other public comment waiting in line, we are ready to go forward with our agenda. Lee, did you want to introduce what we're talking about today?
Certainly, and I'm going to pull up the share screen so I can pull up the documents and folks can follow along. The FY21 preliminary budget website does have today's date and the two documents that we are going to be discussing. The budget health plan presentation, and I believe this was misnamed on the agenda, but it is the Human Resource Department new request. So I wanted to let folks know that, those are out there. Additionally, we have updated the budget calendar. Just a little bit of movement around which departments are going to be presenting when. And for next week's BCAW, we have Public Works listed as tentative, but they will be presenting, and that will be Public Works from the Road District, as well as all of the utilities for presenting all together. Okay, I'll dive right in. Today we're talking a bit about the health plan, and we can look at a bit of the history of the health plan in terms of medical claims paid by month. Green is FY20. You can see in this bar chart. We do not show June right now, but it will be up here in the $700,000 range. Now, while that might seem like a lot in comparison to the last couple of months, the fund has been doing very well this year. We're seeing a reduction in total medical claims paid, as well as in pharmacy claims. We have seen an increase in some administration and other expenses, as well as in our stop loss insurance. This stop loss increase was due to some poor plan results that we had over a couple of years. We're hoping that next year we will get better quotes on that stop loss. And as we move into a different plan year, this is something Mike Brady will speak to in a moment. One of the reasons we will structure it the way that we will is so that we can give ourselves the time to get the best stop loss insurance quotes that we can. Another benefit to the plan is a reduction in large claims, down 42%. Number of enrollees has increased by 22. Overall, pretty small. We're at 1,478. And this slide shows the fund financials to date. It's a little bit wonky because we actually receive expenses for this plan year through the end of August, just giving Allegiance and medical providers time to process those claims that were incurred prior to June 30th. But as of the end of June, with the information in hand, we are actually looking at a net income of 1.4 million. So even if that gets reduced by 700,000 with additional claims, we are still going to be in a very positive ending retained earnings fund balance position, better than we have been in quite a while. At the end of 19, after audit entries, it was just under $100,000.
Mm-hmm. Right.
That being said, we have been contracting with Gallagher Benefit Services to analyze our plan and help us set appropriate premium levels. And they have suggested an increase of 3% for FY21. Does anybody have any questions on this presentation?
Thank you, Lee. Any questions? Michelle Cares used to be our health insurance expert. She's no longer on council. We have to handle it now. So in fact, maybe we could just talk about the 3% suggested change to the rates. Can you place some context around that in terms of what's the last few years in terms of increases, and nationwide, what other entities are seeing as average increases? I have to say, for the last 30 years, I've been seeing health insurance increases every year, so I'm never surprised by it. But can you place some context around that, Lee?
Well, 3% is actually a pretty decent increase. We've seen larger increases in the past, trying to get the fund to a healthier place. Since we are a self-funded plan, every time we see medical inflation, it goes directly to this fund's bottom line. And medical inflation has been 10% or more for the last 5+ years. So looking at an increase of 3% is less than the medical inflation that we've been seeing. And that's a direct result of really good claims experience that we've had.
Great, thank you. And we have some questions. Heather and then Heidi.
Lee, I was wondering if you could speak to what perhaps why we saw a decrease in claims over this last year. What are we doing that's better than we were doing before, if you will?
That is a very challenging question to answer. we don't necessarily have the details behind each one of those claims to see why they're coming in better. We do have a very active employee benefit committee that does a lot with our wellness programs. It's possible that that has affected the plan, but we don't have the specific data to know.
This is Dale. I think the biggest driver related to our reduction in claims is the lack of large claims. And Lee, if you back up 2 slides. I think one of the things that's interesting about this is that you see our, medical claims paid down 15%, total pharmacy claims paid down 14%. And a lot of that, the pharmacy is attributed to our new provider, Navitus. But you see the claims cost total is only down 7%. That's because in FY20, we didn't receive reimbursement, as much reimbursements from our reinsurance carrier, which is a good thing. Because that's really going to increase. So our costs are really driven by large claims, and we were very lucky this year on that.
Thank you.
Healthier than perhaps the year before.
Yes. Heidi, did you have a question? You're muted.
Yeah. So I do have a question and just a general comment. So I replaced Michelle on the Employee Benefits Committee, and we haven't met since spring break due to COVID. And I am actually, the 3% number I think is great. Originally, I think the estimates started a lot higher, but as we've learned more about our current plan year, that number has been continuously revised. I do have a question about, I guess mostly related to the stop loss insurance and our ability to switch to a different plan year. I know that that's something that comes up frequently for employees and members of council too, because our open enrollment period does not overlap with other open enrollment periods that could potentially, change what people choose to do for their insurance. And I was wondering, we've had this really great year, but we're also going into a new plan year with the reality of COVID-19. And I was wondering what impact, if any, claims associated with COVID would have on our ability to switch, I guess, to negotiate the stop loss insurance in a way that would allow us to finally switch to a calendar year enrollment period, if that makes sense.
This is Mike. I can speak to the plan to change the plan year, and that is that stop loss basically is difficult and very expensive to get in the long term. So we're going to continue on a 12-month plan year now, and during this period of time, we're working towards a 6-month plan to move us to that calendar year schedule. So we'll start working now about educating employees, working on how we're going to address that short year, that 6 months, as far as deductibles and other things that go along with that. And we're also hopeful that stop loss costs will be lower for that 6 months than them trying to predict losses over a longer period of time. And obviously the COVID may or may not have an impact that will affect that. But as Lee mentioned earlier, we also had some pretty high claims experience. I think it was at the end of 2018, and we had some real high claims, and we had a higher number of individual higher claims. And so the experience that we're seeing in the last year is certainly beneficial to us in our attempts to try and change to that different plan year. But it will take us about 1.5 years to get to that calendar year plan year.
And then just a follow-up question, do we have an estimate of what a worst case scenario could look like for our, I guess, for our insurance, since we're self-funded, if we were to see staff impacted by COVID? We have a healthy fund balance now, but do we know if that's even adequate?
That I couldn't answer for you. We haven't had any of those discussions, and I don't believe there's enough information at this point for us to even make a guess.
I would jump in on that and say that we keep talking about stop loss, and just for everyone's reminder that, you know, that's essentially how we're buying insurance on additional insurance. So the way our stop loss works is we have an aggregate amount and a specific amount on those things. So if we get a specific claim of anybody, whether it's somebody who is in the hospital with COVID on a respirator for a long period of time, or some sort of different condition, it limits our risk right at that, you know, on a case-by-case basis, and we buy insurance for that. And then they will look at, you know, and then in the future, if we have a lot of those in the future, it'll be more expensive to get the stop loss coverage, but that's how we protect ourselves in those situations.
Great, thank you. Great question, Heidi. Julie Merritt had your hand raised.
Sorry, so just to clarify, the concept that we're working on right now is to switch to the calendar year insurance, like starting January 2022.
Yes, we are under 12-month normal period now, and we will prepare and then run a 6-month short year to get us to that January start date.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions on this topic? I'm not seeing anything. So Lee, did you want to keep going with the next item?
I will pull up the HR new request and let Mike and Kathy speak to this.
Thanks.
This is Kathy. I'll start to give an introduction if that would work. And then if Mike needs to fill in any of the details, that's where we'll go. So this entire new request is devoted to safety and security. You'll recall that we hired Mike as the new risk and safety manager last fall. So some of these expenses are ongoing and have to do kind of with ongoing safety and security. And there are other parts of this that are really due to increased safety protocols due to the impact of the pandemic. So if you don't have another preference, I'll just walk through these very quickly since there aren't too many of them. And then you can.
That sounds great. Thank you.
So the first request has been one that has been considered for quite a period of time by the City Safety Committee. This is for safety training software. So this is both tracking of safety, but also offering web-based training, really with the hope that bottom line impact on work comp claims, other sorts of safety issues. So that's the first request. Is ongoing. It's a per employee cost, so it's an ongoing cost, not just one time only. I should put my glasses on so I can now see the screen. As we found out some time back, if you recall, the officer issue that thought he had been shot at and we locked down. We have no effective way for citywide emergency notice to all employees. So $6,000 on an ongoing cost. And you'll see down below $14,000 for a one-time initial setup cost to put in place a citywide emergency notice system. The next item down is safety training, $5,000 to offer ongoing training in every department, whatever those needs may be. The next items really got us into the pandemic issues. You may or may not know that we hired a temporary custodian to increase the cleaning safety precautions, especially in the court, but throughout the city. So we expect this is going to be an ongoing need. So we've put in for a custodian to do that added cleaning on an ongoing basis, starting to fund that position in October of 2020, and then the health insurance associated with that position. The next item where you see a 1.4 FTE City Hall access, again, this kind of is what we've had to put in place during the pandemic, but we think that an ongoing basis for security within City Hall will be to hire. We right now, you may know, have a security company providing that, and we're proposing to hire 1.4 FTE to provide that security at City Hall access point. That is it in a nutshell. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Kathy. I appreciate lots of issues that we are responding to this year, no doubt about it. Are there any questions from council regarding these HR new requests? I am not, wait, Sandra. You had a question, Sandra?
Yes, I think Julie's hand was up before mine though.
Oh, okay,
Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, so I was in City Hall yesterday and I noticed that there is I think it was a police officer directing the public. Will the request for having somebody helping out the public and kind of being a safety officer, are you looking to hire a police officer for that or something separate?
No, and I'm not sure if you saw police officers. The police officer is often there as a bailiff, but we have an outside security agency that we've hired in order to get something in place quickly. So no, we will not be looking at anyone armed or any police. This will be, and there will be some modification to the physical layout at the entrance. So there will be some sort of barrier. So no, we're not looking at police to do that. We're looking at a regular employee to monitor and direct and ensure that appropriate security is in place.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
I apologize. My neighbor just started his motorcycle up and it's very loud. The question that I had was in regards to the additional custodian and perhaps the security that we were just talking about. Do we anticipate that any of those costs would be offset by CARES Act money?
Yes, and I know this is Lee's number, so I'll let Lee add to that. But under the revenue, we expect that there will be some CARES money available through December of this year, and that is the amount down under the revenue description. And that's
about, yeah, put in 17,900, just under 18,000. It's a conservative estimate as the state continues to refine their requirements or what they will cover for those CARES reimbursements. So I put in what I thought was probably the floor of what we would receive for this work.
Okay. Thank you. Jordan.
Thanks. Does the position contemplated, the 1.4 FTEs, does that position have duties beyond safety and security? Do they have customer service roles or anything that might provide added value to the public who might be entering City Hall?
Yes, the expectation is that it will be a customer service approach as well. And that is why we will kind of physically lay it out so that anyone entering will be able to stop there and we're doing just a small amount of that now with the security officer or individual who's there. But yes, it is intended to be more than just security. Is it intended to be customer service as well?
Thank you.
Okay. I am not seeing any other hands raised. Lee, anything else we need to cover today?
That is everything. This is probably our shortest budget committee of the whole this year.
Great. So this is an informational item. I will call for public comment on it. Kirsten, if you could put the public comment call-in information up one last time, I'd appreciate it. And for the public, if you can call in, the phone number is 253-215-8782. The meeting ID is 960-049-3694. And we will be taking public comment on the items that we just heard regarding human resources, new requests, health plan, and employee benefit fund. I am not seeing any public comment. I'm not seeing any. And council, did you have any other questions regarding the presentation today? I'm not seeing any there either. So I agree, Lee, this is one of the shorter presentations. And I think we are complete for the day. So seeing no other questions and no public comment, thank you for your time and we will be adjourned.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Bye-bye.